everybody. Welcome. Welcome to all those that are here in person, and welcome to those that are watching and viewing online. As always, we started our meeting with a reminder to silence your cell phones. Just take a quick look down at your cell phone and please make sure it is on silent mode. We want to make sure to respect one another's time and each person speaking tonight. Your patience and understanding is appreciated as council deliberates on the various agenda items. There is open public comment at the meeting, and there are sign-up sheets in the front. There are also specific public hearings which are advertised and designated separately. So if you would like to sign up for a specific public hearing, there's separate sheets for those, and anyone is welcome to sign up. I want to acknowledge the staff work in preparation of the meeting. Their insights are invaluable to each topic of town business. And while we show appreciation for our town manager and council manager form of government, our town manager is currently at the executive leadership conference at UVA, Natasha Tucker, and so we have our assistant town manager, Kyler Brower, with us tonight. Our staff handles daily operations and department administration, while our town council provides direction and authorizes policy in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia and our town charter. While each town council member has the ultimate responsibility to contribute and vote distinctly, the town council does work as a body, duly elected to serve responsibly and ethically the citizens of Colonial Beach. Participation of each member contributes to effective leadership. Collaboration is key to productivity in local government. Let's engage in constructive discussion, remain open to different perspectives, and work together for effective resolutions. And finally, I remind us all that the meetings of the town council are formal proceedings and are thus recorded. With that, I'll call this meeting of the town of Colonial Beach, Wednesday, July 16th, 2025, to order. Please join me with standing for a moment of silence, which will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, our roll call members, all members are present. And I don't have any amendments to the agenda at this time. Is there approval of the agenda as written?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. All right, our consent agenda today has several meeting minutes and also the resolution for the amendment appropriation of the General Fund Fire Department grant, which is annual, happens every year. Is there a motion for the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right, council member liaison and commission reports. And I will start, I'll start with you, Mr. Wood.
Okay. First of all, I want to congratulate our police department for the amazing job they did with the carnival, 4th of July, July 3rd weekend. Nobody got any time off. Everybody worked their true backsides off. And I just want to thank you, Chief, for your dedication to the town. And I think we need to give you guys a round of applause. I really do. Would you be kind enough to take our thanks back to your officers? Okay. We'd like to announce that Sergeant Zachary Southard has been promoted to lieutenant, and officers Michael Dean and Christopher Porosky have been promoted to sergeant. I even pronounced that right, didn't I? The police department is also proud to announce that Lieutenant Sutherland will be receiving an award this week for identifying the suspect in solving the case using one of the department's investigative computer-based programs. So congratulations again to the lieutenant. As far as the liaison report, the Planning Commission didn't meet in July, but Ms. Odom's interim planning and community development director would like to share a couple of items. It's been 1 month since John Sauty began as a town community enhancement officer. He's already shown great asset to the department. He's resolved several ordinance violations. He's issuing woodlot management permits and responding to citizens in person and by phone. And for those of you who've been touched by him, I'm sure it's been a useful time for you. And we're starting to see a real difference in how all those things are being processed. Melissa Bell has been with the department for 10 months, and she continues to confirm her value to the department. In addition to her regular duties, she's been working through the town's bond release process and has been instrumental in issuing 125 short-term rental permits, including reaching out to those who had not applied. The department continues to seek compliance for the approximately other dozen who have not obtained their permits, but there's been great progress made there. The department projects to simplify applications and complete checklists for the various applications are well underway, with some being active within the next week or so. That's designed so that people will be able to see exactly what they need to do in order to comply with things that they want to have built, zoning permits and so forth. In June, the average number of staff days to issue a permit was down to 11 days. And Ms. Odoms, congratulations to you and your department for working so well.
Thank you. Mr. Larson?
All right, so I got no reports from my NGOs tonight, and we'll be hearing from the finance team later with their financial report, so I really have nothing.
Mr. Williams?
Oh, good evening, everybody. I did attend the school board meeting last week, last Wednesday, and it was pretty short and sweet. Their main thing they're working on right now is just preparing for the new school year. The new teachers, the new hires will be starting, I think, probably next week or so, and then all the rest of the teachers will be back in early August. So the break is pretty short for them. I believe they mentioned a few of the capital improvements. The transform issue, I think, is about resolved. And also I think they said they had a contractor picked out for the front entrance of the school. Those were some of the big things on the list. And along with their yearly calendars being completed and stuff like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Grandstaff?
Good evening, everyone. At this time, I do not have a report for EDC as they will not meet until the 21st, but we will have Ms. Charlotte Cole speaking later on some interesting developments that they have going on with EDC and downtown. Thank you.
Ms. Sandberg?
So for Parks and Rec, I just have 2 events that are coming up. This Saturday, July 19th, there's the Explore the Shore 5K and 10K in support for the Semper Fi organization. It will start at Colonial Buzz at 7:30. And then Thursday, July 31st, there's the Torrey Smith Family Back to School backpack event at the Torrey Smith Park. It's from 5 to 8. There'll be free hot dogs, hamburgers, ice creams, drinks, as well as a bounce house, DJ, free backpacks, and school supplies. And that's all I have.
Mr. Allen?
Good evening, everybody. Looks like I have the long list for me. So Public Works. We'll start with infrastructure and maintenance and repairs. There was one new utility installed, completed. Water system maintenance. They responded to and repaired 5 water leaks throughout town, ensuring continued service and minimizing water loss. Sewer system response. They addressed 3 sewer backups, restoring functionality and ensuring continued service. Completed 2 sewer line repairs, maintenance, system integrity and reliability, and continued support and repairs for the wastewater treatment plant. Can't talk. Hydrant and stormwater maintenance. So if anybody's running around town, you notice you have bright red fire hydrants now. Those look great. It's the first thing I noticed when I pulled into town. Looks good, including the little blue markers for the water. I saw those as well, so great job for that. Storm response and drainage, conducted some storm debris cleanup to keep the roads and public areas safe and accessible. Continued ditch maintenance for effective stormwater drainage and flood prevention. And then facilities and community support, gazebo repair around the pier area where they restored the gazebo and the pier for public enjoyment. They also did a wonderful job helping out with the events throughout the July 4th extravaganza with the carnivals and post-event cleanups and all that kind of stuff. And they also ensured that the infrastructure for the public spaces were clean, safe, and accessible throughout the facilities. Something that will also be addressed with wastewater treatment plant is we had a major event, a rain event, this past week having to do with a spillage of approximately 18,000 gallons. It was not at the wastewater treatment plant, more at the main lift station in Clenny Beach. So if you have any questions or concerns about that, we can certainly get the Public Works to address anything, our town manager, as well as the wastewater treatment plant in Bowdoin. They can provide information for that as well. One thing, after speaking with the town manager, assistant town manager for follow-ups from this, and the Public Works director, one of the things that we're going to look at addressing is the water caps, is that the right word? Clean out caps for our drainage for the sewer in your yards. So if you have a broken one that's on your piece of your property, take a look and see if you can get those fixed. The town's going to go through and validate that on the town side is updated and fixed to make sure there's no cracks in those, and that will significantly help us going forward with any of the rainwater getting into our sewer system. And that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have kind of a long list myself. Since our last meeting, I just want to give a big shout out to all those that helped plan and make the events possible that have happened since then. Notably, Juneteenth has happened since our last meeting and went very well. I will say I saw the Northern Neck 250th commemorative, collaborative initiative at the Board of Supervisors meeting on Monday, and they are highlighting our Juneteenth event as a part of the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. And so we are going to be one of their signature events for the region along with that event. So good things to come next year forward for that as well. I want to give a little shout out to our local leader in town, Bob Christensen, who serves on our planning commission, but he also is the director of the Playhouse down here on Hawthorne Street. And Bob did this most amazing thing, and which I think he should get some recognition for. He wrote and directed his own very first play in his life. He has been in theater for, I don't want to say Bob's age, I have no idea, many, many years. And this will be the very first time he has ever wrote his own play. I went to see it. It was fantastic. It was a murder mystery, a whodunit, and anyway, you can hear Bob's voice in it, and I just think that kind of talent, our community that's shared with the rest of our community, should get appreciated. I also want to give a really big kudos to all of the collaboration that it takes to put on a 4th of July that went so incredibly smoothly from the 3rd all the way to the 7th. I know it was jam-packed. I personally helped with parking and beach ambassador. I was out there and around and meeting with several of our officers, seeing our public works out. It takes a lot of people to manage that many people in this town, and I will say I know we hit capacity on July 3rd fireworks. which makes me just appreciate so much all the hard work of all the people, the Police Department, Public Works, but also administration, Parks and Rec, and all the volunteers that came out to ensure everyone's safety and that they were having a good time. The feedback from the carnival was that for a July 4th celebration, and they have worked many across many states at the New York State Fair and everywhere else, that our crowd was the family-friendliest 4th of July crowd they had ever seen. And I just thought that was a real testament to the people here in town and the people that come to visit and the kind of community that we have here. And I just am very appreciative of that. And they were very pleased with it. And I think, I know we went several times. Most kids I know went more than once. And I think everybody just had a really nice time. I also attended last Friday. There was a change of command of NSF South Potomac, which is the commanding officer for the bases of Indian Head, Maryland, and jointly Dahlgren, Virginia. That change of command went from CO Townsend to CO Nader, whose call sign is actually Ralph, oddly enough. So Ralph, hopefully we'll see you around Colonial Beach. Maybe you're tuning in, you never know. And then my last highlight is from the Board of Supervisors meeting. I know Supervisor Trivett is here tonight, so I'm sure he has more to report. But I got a copy of the Westmoreland County Strategic Plan Input Survey, and I'm sure that'll be posted online. But there's some really great information from that survey about the strategic planning for Westmoreland County, the future in Westmoreland County, and I think it's all relative here to Colonial Beach. So I appreciate all the hard work that the Board of Supervisors is doing to plan for the future. I know they're working on a capital improvement plan as well right now. So, all right, that's all I have for that. I know we have more in our town manager update, so I will try not to be duplicitous. You ready?
Ready for me?
Ready to go.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor. We have several updates tonight, so if you have any questions as I give these updates, please stop me and ask the questions. I, myself, or staff can help answer anything that you might have. The first update is going to be on the North Beach grant update, which on July 1st, the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation announced the Round 5 winners of the Community Flood Preparedness Fund grant. Colonial Beach has been listed as an award winner with $720,000 awarded for our North Beach Erosion Control and Shoreline Resiliency Project. And so a report on this project is expected to be made to council in August, kind of next steps, the funding source, and just how we're going to move forward with that project. So that's a big win for our town.
And that is with the Northern Neck Planning District Commission and Jerry Davis. Is he going to be at that meeting
I
too?
believe he's the one who will present.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
The next one is going to be on the sanitary sewer overflow incident. I just want to give facts of what happened that night and what's happened since. On the night of Monday, July 14th, an overflow event happened at our main lift station located at 700 Colonial Avenue. This event was caused by a severe storm that dropped 4 inches of rain within 2 hours, causing approximately 18,000 gallons of mixed rainwater and untreated wastewater to enter the stormwater ditch that drains into Monroe Bay. Protecting public health and the environment is always our main concern, our main priority, which is why crews worked tirelessly throughout the night to mitigate the impact and successfully stop the spill. All proper channels were notified, including DEQ, including the town council. At this point, no swimming or fishing advisories have been issued for this event by the Virginia Department of Health. Drinking water was not affected by this incident and has remained safe to drink. And lastly, I was out all night trying to help out where I could, but I don't have the technical skills to help, right? But I can assuredly say that without the help of Public Works and the guys at Imboden, it would have been much worse had they not been quick on their feet to handle the situation. So I do want to thank them for working tirelessly throughout the night to make sure that it was mitigated. Next is going to be on the carnival. We obviously hosted a carnival from the 2nd through the 6th. Overall, residents seemed excited to have the carnival back in town. Staff is currently analyzing the financial impact to see how much revenue was generated for that event. And once we have those numbers, we will share it with the council. There is a desire to bring the carnival back next year. And so introductions between the carnival owner and the Colonial Beach Volunteer Fire Department Ladies Auxiliary have been made. We'll work with them to hopefully bring it back next year. And lastly, we'd like to provide an update on the Downtown Connectivity Plan. Our Executive Director of Downtown Colonial Beach, Charlotte Cole, is here, and if you're okay with it, I'd like to give her a few minutes to update us on that plan.
Come on up, Ms. Cole.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Charlotte Cole, and I serve as the town's Economic Development Director. I've met some of you, but not all, and I hope to do that soon. As the Assistant Town Manager said, I'm here to provide you with a quick update on the Downtown Colonial Beach Connectivity Plan, also referred to as SMART Grant, which is a collaborative initiative led by the Timmons Group in partnership with the town of Colonial Beach and downtown Colonial Beach. The purpose of the connectivity plan is to craft a cohesive multimodal transportation and public realm strategy that enhances connections between the town's historic commercial core and residential neighborhoods, the boardwalk and river, Town Hill, and our vibrant arts community. On June 26th, nearly 20 key stakeholders representing a wide cross-section of our population, business owners, residents, nonprofit organizations, churches, town staff, and others, attended an afternoon engagement session with presentation and small group discussion components led by Timmons Group and their sub-consultant, 3TP. This is part of task number 3 in the SMART grant. Their presentation covered topics related to the existing conditions analysis of the transportation and parking network, a market assessment of the current Colonial Beach area, and a review of development opportunities at properties along both Washington Avenue and Colonial Avenue. The small group discussions reflected presentation topics. Part 1 focused on the existing conditions analysis, providing documentation of current infrastructure, traffic patterns, sidewalks, signage, parking supply, and land use opportunities based on field walkability and GIS data. Participants built upon that analysis to pinpoint critical infrastructure needs and quick win opportunities for improving the study area functionality and appearance. The group noted both the progress made and the persistent gaps that undermine the pedestrian experience, both for residents and visitors. Part 2 of our engagement session addressed the contractor's market assessment. Building on preliminary findings of sources earlier mentioned, stakeholders discussed how to leverage Colonial Beach's distinctive assets while addressing the unique demographic and economic conditions. Emphasis was placed on moving beyond a seasonal day trip economy towards a more resilient and reliable year-round visitor base of expanded demographics. Part 3 focused on parcel development assessments. Stakeholders reviewed a detailed parcel-level evaluation to identify high-impact redevelopment sites and strengthen public-private collaboration. They also reviewed maps of existing parcels in the study areas of Washington and Colonial Avenues. This led to a discussion of opportunities for activation and better land use alignment. The focus was on clarifying parking, engaging private stakeholders, and exploring pedestrian-friendly routes to link waterfront and commercial zones. Timmons and 3TP are finalizing the meeting report and preparing for next steps, and as soon as the final meeting report is available, our team will make it available to you and our valued stakeholders. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do you know when they're due to present a final strategy?
They're working on that. Most likely it will be in the middle to late fall.
And this has to do with, like, how we develop the downtown, including parking, build-out,
Wayfinding, all of those.
sidewalks, all of it.
And possible sources for grants and other financial support.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Did anybody go to the stakeholder meeting? I wasn't able to attend.
Mr. Larson did.
Oh, Mr. Larson. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks for going.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Mayor, at this time, that is the end of my presentation.
You still got Ms. Oaks, Chief Parsons?
They're ready.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm going to present the fourth quarter of fiscal '25 financial report. Here is a slide on our general fund. So you're seeing our budgeted amounts, the fourth quarter figures, and our year-to-date. And I wanted to make some comments on here. First of all, I want to say that these are preliminary numbers for the year-to-date. We still have an audit to prepare for. There'll be accruals, and we're still paying fiscal '25 expenses at this time. And so I want to kind of go through, if you're looking at the revenue that's budgeted, that budget number also includes $682,000 that we brought forward from fiscal '24. So you won't see that reflected in the year-to-date numbers. So that included $432,000 that was carried over for various projects that weren't done, including Eleanor Park, Azalea Park, the Public Works storage building. There was also, during the year, we transferred money from reserves for the Rip Rap beach nourishment replacement and $100K for the sidewalks. So if you take that 682 off of that budget on the revenue, you'll see that the difference looks like we have a surplus of revenue of $204,000 roughly. On the expenditure side, as you can see, we actually spent 90% of what we budgeted. Again, there will be some carry forward money going into fiscal '26, again for Azalea Park and Eleanor Park. And the sidewalk money that wasn't spent at this time. And we, like I said, we still have expenditures to book as we're paying them. They're still coming in for fiscal '25. So you see that big difference between our budget and our expenditures. That is not going to be any kind of savings there. That's not reflective of what it's actually going to be. Because right now, if you look at it, it's like $1.1 million. I don't want people to freak out. It's not going to be that high. I'm thinking we might, even with transferring the money into fiscal '26, maybe have a savings of $100,000. That's just a preliminary number. And we're going to move to the next slide and show where the expenditures for this quarter were spent and where the revenue came in. As you see, the big revenue was our property taxes that were collected on June 5th. Now we're going to move on to the sewer. Again, same kind of scenario for sewer. We had carried over money for the wastewater treatment plant of $331,450 from fiscal '24 into fiscal '25, and we added another $500,000. So if you take that off the revenue budget, you'll see we're more in line. We pretty much collected 95% of our budget. And on the expenditure side, we have spent 96% of our budget. And as I say, we still have invoices that need to be paid. Moving on to the breakdown. You can see what we spent on the wastewater treatment plant itself, $750,000 in the fourth quarter. So that was one of our biggest expenditures. It still remains our big expenditures. We move on to water. So the water, there's a little bit of a different story to tell. The estimates we made on the water department for our revenue fell short. The main items were our new connections. We estimated a little higher than we expected. And we still have, like I said, accruals to process, AP to pay. But it looks like we might have a savings on our expenditures of $160,000 at this time. and there's the breakdown, where the money came in from and where it was spent. And on our last slide, we're going to do an ARPA fund update. We still haven't come up with a good name for that fund. As you can see, we did receive our reimbursement from the DEQ. So our ARPA funds that are available right now is $2.9 million. And we still have a grant out there that we're waiting for reimbursement for of $103,500. And last, it's not on the slide because I actually calculated these numbers this afternoon because I've been asked to give what our cash balances are. And as you know, cash balances can only be done at a point in time. So I did these this afternoon. Our general fund cash balance as of today, $5,669,393.59. Our ARPA funds as of today have $2,985,090.61. Our sewer fund has $1,134,233.71. And our water fund has $2,282,248.30. So we are doing quite well. And I will answer any questions anybody has.
Do you have an estimate of when everything should be closed out?
Estimate for what? Sorry.
When the past fiscal year will be closed out?
When a fiscal year will be closed out, it won't be until October when the auditors are here and complete their audit.
And you mentioned the carryover funds for Azalea, that was at bid. Is there an update on that?
Yes, so we sent it out for solicitations. We received multiple bids back through the Virginia procurement. We were able to select one. We actually have a meeting the end of this week to talk through the projects to see if we can lower their price that they originally submitted to meet within our standards.
Okay, so there should be an update for that by the next meeting?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions for Lisa? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chief?
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Mayor, members of council, before I start on the second quarterly report, I wanted to thank you for the recognition for the police department. I also want to personally thank all the police department's sworn and non-sworn employees for their dedication and their work during the past 2 months. And I also want to offer my sincere thanks and appreciation to our law enforcement partners, the Westmoreland Sheriff's Office and the Virginia State Police, for their invaluable help during the past couple months. Moving on to the report. If I could go to the first slide. I'm sorry. One more. Okay. In this one, it lists out exactly what our totals were. We had a total calls for service for 2,535 calls for service. We took 97 incident reports, conducted 257 traffic stops, took reports and investigated 4 traffic collisions and made 38 arrests during this past quarter. Go to the next one, please. Thank you. Based on the request from council, I've actually included some statistics for comparison purposes. The bottom set of stats will be from the second quarter from 2024, and then the top is from this year. And in this page, the statistics will show a decrease in assaults and also a decrease in total reported crimes from 2024. We did have a very slight uptick in property crimes during that with the two additional vandalism reports. Next page, please. This is continued offenses. The DUI, if you notice in this slide, the DUI offenses are up slightly. I believe that is due to our increased enforcement efforts, especially in the area of driving under the influence of drugs. Given Officer Porosky's recent certification in drug recognition expert, or achieving the drug recognition expert classification, he's been able to do more in that more enforcement effort in that area. It also, this slide will also show a significant decrease in the family offenses over this quarter from last year. Next one. This just shows the actual physical arrests, and it also includes any issued summons for criminal summons, but they're all listed as arrests. So it doesn't actually mean a physical, like handcuffing incident. It could also include a summons. Next one, please. Thank you. This shows the offense trends, and it shows over this quarter, we saw a significant decrease in criminal or reported incidents during weekdays and on Sundays. We did have a slight uptick on Saturdays, but it's showing at least our deployment levels are working. We're still working on the weekends, but we've been getting some good results during weekdays. Next page, please. This shows the activity levels over time. Obviously, the nighttime and early morning are more active, and we try to address that with staffing levels, which we do our best with at this time. Next page, please. This is one I haven't included before, but I thought that you'd be interested in. This is our parking sites. As you're looking at it, the way that I get these statistics from Southern Software, on the June graph there, which is on the far right, it shows issued citations in blue. In the other two, in the April and May, they show those in red. But we have had a significant uptick in our issuance of parking citations. I believe that's due to a couple different factors. One is the activity levels of our new parking enforcement officer, Jessica Bauer, who's done a phenomenal job, and also the increase in traffic that we've had. So we've gone from a fairly low amount in April to a very robust amount in June. Next
Can I
slide,
ask
please.
a clarification question on
Sure.
that real quick? When you say you issued, like, I'll just look right in the middle of May, issued 149 tickets, but then in June, 157 were paid. Are those May's tickets then paid in
No.
June?
Well, the issued tickets in May would be 57, because it's in red.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I'm saying.
mixed that up.
Yeah, and then, but that number, which would be reflected in June, it'd be in the blue.
Right.
That number is the number issued. When they pay it is when it's logged in as paid. So if it was issued in April but paid in June, it'll show up as a June pay.
Right, so you wouldn't aggregate all the numbers in that circle because some of them are represented, one's as issued and then one's as paid?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Chief Parsons, quick question to that. With the paid, is it ever possible to see like a dollar amount, like monthly what's paid, like if it's generating revenue or anything along those lines? Is that something possible?
Because we get it through. Yeah, yeah, we can do that. And just so you know, it isn't paid through the town. It goes through our, okay, but I'm sure we could work that out.
Okay, thank you.
I have a similar question. You show a big uptick in citations.
Mhm.
And I was curious, this isn't your area. I don't know who to ask, but do we also have a significant uptick in parking revenues?
Expecting those numbers to be increased from the previous year.
And sorry, I didn't think of this when we talked earlier this week.
It's okay.
Were there any other questions about this slide? Okay, could we move to the next one, please? One more? Thank you. These are the statistics for the second quarter for the Colonial Beach Volunteer Fire Company. They answered 42 fire calls, responded to 19 motor vehicle accidents, had 58 EMS calls, 20 public service calls. They performed 425.45 hours of service this quarter, and they averaged 4.87 members per call. One more? Thank you. And then this is for the Westmoreland Department of Emergency Services, who I should also thank for their service during our past couple of events, because they did a phenomenal job as well. They responded to a total of 258 medical calls. That's in Colonial Beach alone. Averaged a response time of 8 minutes 43 seconds minutes to each call, and had a total transport of 147. That'd be inclusive of Westmoreland and Colonial Beach.
Quick question, if I may. Do we have a way to delineate how many were answered by Westmoreland and how many were answered by Colonial Beach?
The WDES is the one that answers all of them. So they do segregate out. Again, it would be 258 that were just in town that were.
These are all the Colonial Beach Station, that's what,
I understand. I understand.
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Okay.
And I'd be glad to answer any other questions.
Yes, Ms.
Just to
Williams?
piggyback off what Mr. Wood was saying, is the Colonial Beach Rescue Squad actually still responding to calls in town?
Right now, it is all of it is contained under the Westmoreland Department of Emergency Services.
But are they responding to calls, the volunteer rescue squad?
So my understanding is the Volunteer Rescue Squad is licensed now as WDES. So all of it is WDES. And
And
volunteers can run calls with WDES, but there would not be a separate stat.
Correct. All of the statistics that I get and all of the assistance we get it's all under Westmoreland Department of Emergency Services now.
Okay, so they are running calls just under the Westmoreland?
It'd be under the guise of WDES.
Okay, thank you.
And I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, Mr. Simmons.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, it's working on the first try. Go ahead and skip to the next page, please. So in the month of June, everything went fairly well at the wastewater plant. We did collect all the regulatory samples and pass everything with our general permit, but much like the rest of the months, we still are not meeting the nitrite regulation for the WQIF grant. So what you see here now is the flows for June. June didn't have a whole lot of major rain events. You can see one there at the end of the month where it rained, significant rain, and it jumped up pretty high there. So, and then the next chart there is just a comparison of the flows throughout the year. June, difference between May and June, you can definitely tell when the rental properties start getting rented out and people are coming into town. That extra flow with that extra carbon, fresh food, is we like to see that. That helps, give the plant energy for conversion with the biological treatment. Next page, please. So there you just see the graphs with the sample results. Everything was in line. Keep on going down to the bottom. Very bottom, last page. So for the notes, there you go. So the notes with everything happening, everyone knows that we've been having problems with the denitrification sand filters, the SCADA system. The SCADA system for the sand filters was replaced. What we have now is some of the ChemScan communication. What that is the sensors and the different things that monitor the effluent quality. The ChemScan is now in operation. We still have a couple of like the DO meter, pH meter, and things that communicate with the SCADA still needing to be replaced. Those items, we're still waiting on some approvals from DEQ and reallocating some ARPA funds to be able to order that equipment. So Atlantic Pump come in, they looked at some of the effluent pumps, got some SCADA problems resolved. We had a number of SCADA issues going on in June and some of them here in July. Lord & Company's been out. They've been out on the site. They did find a switch that was bad. They replaced the switch. They're still continuing to try to figure out why we're having intermittent issues. Chris and his team had identified some things last week that Lord and Company needs to address. The surge protectors that protect us from lightning storms needs to be replaced. That the surge protector is not operating as it should. So that's something that we did not plan for that will need to be also repaired. The influent headworks had been bypassed because of the SCADA issues. And as you all know, the SCADA failure and what led to the headworks overflow with the 2023 event. So what we do is bypass the headworks when the SCADA fails, so then the headworks does not rely on the SCADA system to operate it. We've had mechanical failure on drive couplers for our compressors. That was fixed immediately by Colonial Beach. The muffle furnace has failed in the lab. That is what we use that for, is to run what we call a mixed liquor test, and then to get our volatile solids test. That has been ordered by Chris and his team, so we have a new one in there in our lab, so we can use that. And we do have some spare belts for our sludge press on site now. So that really concludes June. June was pretty uneventful, other than the SCADA issues. And does anybody have any questions about the operation report? I know we have questions about the overflow, but does anybody have any questions about the report?
Nope, I think we can keep moving forward.
Keep moving. So with that being said, as you heard from Skylar, we did have the spill at the main lift station on Monday night. Does anyone have any questions about that, or you all pretty much understand what happened there?
I see Mr. Woods' hand up.
You sound exhausted, man.
It's been a long week.
Yeah, I hope you get some rest. I'm going to ask you just a couple of quick questions, and then I'll let you answer those. First of all, the overflow was not at the plant, was it?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay, I'll ask you to expand upon that in a little bit. And then also, from what I can see, all along the storm's front, going from North Carolina up to Virginia, looks like there were overflow events at literally 5, 6 different wastewater treatment plants.
It was actually even more than that. Not all of them make the news. The ones that make the news are the ones that are significant and or cause, swimming advisories or fishing shutdowns and things of that nature. But the majority of the ones that they have doesn't even make the media.
And I'm assuming you've had communication with DEQ.
Oh, absolutely. We've been on the phone with DEQ, I think 3 times this week already. I personally called DEQ first thing Tuesday morning, about 8:03 a.m. to discuss, what happened Monday night. Chris made notification by email. There's a reporting process that we have to follow to DEQ, and Chris made that notification at almost 2 a.m. Tuesday morning. That notification, that email gets sent to all of your regulatory agencies, VDH, DEQ, the Health Department in Maryland. That gives them a chance to look and see what happened and then make decisions on whether or not they want to shut down fishing, shut down or put swimming advisories and all that. And I think there's a big misunderstanding from folks. They think that maybe the town issues those advisories and those fishing restrictions, but that's not how that works. That's done by the regulatory agencies. So they take the information that is provided to them, then they make the decision on how to proceed. They did not see, nobody wants to see a spill, especially of raw wastewater going into any recreational water, but they didn't deem it, large enough of an event to, shut down fishing or to do any type of swimming advisory. And I think really the biggest reason for that is during a rain event, there's no one really on the river or using the river. And if you are, that's pretty dangerous itself. But I would strongly suggest anytime you have a major rain event, whether we have a spill or not, that, you wait 2 days before you use the water. Potomac River Keepers also suggest that. They do a pretty fine job of doing monitoring of the waters out here. I keep up with their sampling program and compare it to ours. So everybody was notified. Everybody was happy with what we did here to prevent it being worse than what it was. So to answer your question, yes, we've spoke to the regulatory agencies.
Thank you, John.
Anyone else?
Mr. Williams?
I think Kyler mentioned earlier, where exactly was this?
It's the main lift station is at the old wastewater treatment plant and that's where the overflow had occurred. And to expand on that some, everything out here on the point basically goes to that lift station eventually. So you have multiple lift stations on the point that pump to that main lift station where the old wastewater plant is. That lift station then pumps it down the road to the wastewater treatment plant. Once you get to 12th Street, the 12th Street lift station then ties into the same line that goes to the wastewater plant. So the first thing that we did to reduce the amount of spill and to mitigate it the best that we could is we staffed, well, Chris is a team, he was the one calling the shots. You know, they staffed each lift station with a person, and what we were doing was turning off each lift station so not everything was trying to pump into one line at one time. So what they were doing was watching the levels of the lift station and only turning them on when they had to. And what that did is reduce what we call head pressure on the system so it could then, the flow could make it to the plant. Because really what happened is you had every pump in town trying to pump at the same time, trying to force everything down a little line to go to the plant. Well, once we made changes in the collection system, we went to the wastewater plant, made some changes at the wastewater plant. We quickly realized that the flow coming into the plant was way too much, way more than what the plant and records has even experienced. So luckily for us, we had been talking about, you know, preparation for hurricanes, trying to get, you know, some plans as to what we would do in a hurricane situation. So we had some equipment that we had, you know, got online and kind of just put back in reserve in case we needed it. Well, we needed it Monday night. So we kind of was ahead of it, and we was able to get that flow through the plant, but we were 10 inches away from overflowing at the wastewater plant, actually losing solids. So, you know, I commend the staff with the Public Works. You know, the Public Works operates the lift stations. They take care of the conveyance system. The operator that does that is very knowledgeable of the system. He was out there with us. He was giving us important information that led us to make the decisions that we were making. So if we didn't do what we did, it would have been a lot bigger spill than what it was. I mean, we were, right at the time it was overflow, the overflow itself was about 800 gallons a minute. So you do the math on that for 8 hours' time. If we weren't there, and if we would have waited until 7 o'clock in the morning for someone to find that, that spill would have been about 400,000 gallons. And had it gone on for a whole day, it would have been 1.2, 1.3 million gallons. So that's kind of what you were seeing at other locations that had made the news. We were able to prevent that. So all in all, it could have been worse. Just really wished it didn't happen to begin with. And the only way that we're going to get on top of it and prevent that is to continue with the I&I program. And that really starts with the cleanouts we discuss, and then doing some camera work, continuing with smoking. You know, we've got in our plan for CIPP lining, you know, pipe replacement. So now the first thing we need to do is get these cleanouts replaced. You know, that's going to be the biggest part. We find it every time we smoke test. There's cleanouts that have the caps busted. People have literally put drains on them so they can drain their yard into it. They may not realize where it goes, but they're absolutely contributing to that problem, and we need to address that. So we're working now to try to, what the next steps for the council would be there, whether it be an ordinance. The first thing is going to be educate the community about the problem, you know, what can be done, how to fix it. Chris has got a plan on what to do with the thing, with the cleanouts that's on the town side. But it got our attention, let's put it that way. What we now know exactly what the limits are of your conveyance system, and it's 4 inches of rain in 2 hours.
All right, I appreciate that. How much, do you know how much actually went into Monroe Creek?
We would say every bit of that 18,000 went into that bay, you know, because if you would have seen it on site there, it was all, the bay is down gradient from the lift station. There was no stopping it. You know, the only thing we could do is just keep relieving the pressure on the system so the water had somewhere to go.
And so 18,000 gallons even in that area is not enough to have a swimming advisory for the people that swim?
I mean, I think it's only because of the timing. Now, if that would have happened on a sunny day, then yes, there would have been a swimming advisory. And when you look at the comparison of 18,000 gallons, Monroe Bay holds approximately 6.5, 6.8 million gallons of water. When you throw 18,000 in there, it's pretty diluted, you know, but they didn't deem it necessary to do a swimming advisory. But if it had not been during a storm and people would have been using that water, they would have put in a swimming advisory on it. You know, this was not a light situation. This is something we don't want to happen.
Okay, I appreciate that. Is there anything that council can do to fast track I know that I&I is a huge problem.
You
and-
know, right now, and one thing I failed to mention is that yourself and Ms. Grindstaff took a tour of the wastewater plant. We had some good discussion, and one of those is kind of where we are with DEQ and the schedule of compliance and the repairs and such. We did get word in a conference call yesterday that it's basically being finalized now. Chris has to change some dates, and that's going to move forward. What that does is give us a clear path with DEQ on what their expectations is, what they want to see us fix, what they want us to focus on. So once we get approval from DEQ to reallocate some of that ARPA money, we can then start repairing some of these things. But right now, it's tied up in red tape. That's unfortunate, but that's what we're dealing with.
So you're referring to the agreement that's
Yes.
been mentioned in public?
Yes.
That's near finalization?
That's near finalization, yes.
Okay.
So
When
we've
we
had some
expect-
better news since the last time we discussed that.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
As far as like continued follow-up from this, and I'm not sure if it's gonna be part of the consent order or not, but getting a handle on policy related to I&I, in kind of our fall, as I think kind of forward in the next coming months, I think one of the things we need to address is how educating the education of the community, which we have done a lot of presentations here, but, I think it's got to go further than that.
Yes.
Right?
There needs to
And-
be an ordinance and enforcement as well.
Right,
Yeah.
so there needs to be an ordinance, there needs to be enforcement of the ordinance. It is illegal to connect your
Correct.
stormwater drains to the sewer system.
Correct.
Again, it is illegal to connect your stormwater drains to the sewer system. We've said it before, we say it again. It's already a state code and a state violation, but we can add more punitive things to it here
Correct.
as well. With that, I'd like to also, think about how we can incentivize people to handle their stormwater on site with stormwater management tools. There are VCAP programs, but there's also ways we can tie to the VCAP programs. So, anyway, just getting those ideas out there, so as we see the fall agendas come up, seeing a draft ordinance of something like this, of how these, what it would look like to both be punitive, but also incentivize the I&I, in town, so that when 4 inches of rain fall in 2 hours, it's not going to the treatment plant, because that's not where it should go.
Yes, and just to expand that a little further, we are already in the middle of a draft with a plan to get the caps replaced and with an ordinance for you all. We're waiting on Natasha to come back from her training that she's in now. We will then present that to her for discussion. So that is already in process. As far as incentives, it also covers some ideas on some incentives to the customer to get those things done, even down to where we could even do a set cost of what it would cost for the town employees to come do that for them, at a reduced cost than what it would cost to have a plumber come and do that. But we're well on our way to giving you guys something that you can, vote on and pass and move forward with this. Now, one thing I will add is during our conversation with DEQ, they have put a deadline for June 30, 2028 to get everything that we committed to do completed, in our corrective action plan. So it is important that we continue to push and move forward with these repairs. Yeah, a lot of people think there's nothing being done, but I can assure you there's a lot being done. Right now, we're finally getting approvals so we can move forward.
Well, we've already replaced a lot of
Yes.
items as well.
Yes, what we have managed to do there in the time that we have, it's unprecedented. You're not going to find other communities, especially with the population you have and the budget you have, that have put the resources to their wastewater and their infrastructure the way you have. So DEQ even told us yesterday that they're very pleased on what we've done so far. They talk about Colonial Beach in the office, and it's a lot of good things. They like what they see, so just continue to let us do what we're doing.
Mr. Williams?
Just one last question. Could you give us a rough guesstimate of what percentage of the inflow issue is caused by people, drain caps, plumbing issues around their houses? Like, what percentage of the community
It's kind of hard to put a real number on that, but
Based
if
on
I
what
were to
you've
throw
done so
something out there, I'm going to say 40% of your problem is related to just cleanouts and gutters alone. That's significant when you're talking about, we typically have, I mean, you can see in the reports, we typically have between 400 and 700,000 gallons per day. When these rain events hit, we're running upwards of 4 million gallons. That's a significant amount of I&I. So when you take a 4-inch pipe in your yard and all of the water is running to that 4-inch pipe, just one itself, I could sit here and do the math on it, but, you're looking at a 4-inch pipe without pressure, that's going to give you 300 gallons a minute, every bit of it. And the overflow was 800 gallons a minute. So you do the math on that. How many of those yard cleanouts do you think is going to contribute to this? And I couldn't even tell you how many we found. Every single time we've smoke tested, we have found at least 2, if not 3, per block every time we've done it. And one thing we definitely know now, there's been reports about the lift stations, the I&I. When you're going around town in 4 inches of rain, checking all your lift stations, you get a good idea where most of the water is coming from. There's a problem everywhere, but the biggest issue is the point, without a doubt. I mean, the point is where everything is causing the biggest issues. 12th Street on down, there's I&I coming in. It's not great. 6th Street needs to be fixed, but we need to spend our resources and time on the point to really get this manageable. And it's the oldest part of the infrastructure. So, and then just so you know, there's no way to lessen what this is, but you're not dealing with it alone. This is a problem all over the country. The infrastructure in this country is failing. They know it. It's being discussed. They just don't know what to do about it. So hopefully there's going to be some more funding coming from the government to address these issues, but this is happening everywhere. You guys just happen to have a significant problem on your hands.
Well, I think we've known that for quite some time.
Yes.
And we continue to work on it, but it's sort of a long game
It
in
is.
this. And I don't mean to make light of the current situation because we take it very seriously, the spill that happened. And I just want to really, though, thank the team at Public Works, who I know was out there all night long, and I know was in communication with your team back at the treatment plant. But they were the guys that were in the rain.
Oh, I was with them. I know who
You
was there.
know?
John was with us through the entire event until we were done meeting.
I'm trying to give you a thank you, okay,
Yeah.
Chris,
know.
for
I
one
think-
moment. I
I
know he's
appreciate
standing
that.
up there, but I'm just saying.
I appreciate that, but he
Okay.
was standing shoulder to shoulder with us.
Well, it has been a partnership here, and I think that's a big part of how we have gotten as far as we have, but there's still a long way to go. And we have said before, and I will continue to say it, that it is not if we have an overflow, it is when.
Yes.
And that continues to be the case because the entire infrastructure under the ground has issues, and the infrastructure that connects to it from your house has issues. And you're not going to replace that in a 135-year-old community overnight. So this is a long-term problem. It's going to take a long time to fix it, and we're trudging through the mud here together. It's our plant. It's our system, all of us. And, I was, just really, it was an emergency response situation, and that was exactly how it's handled. And to have everybody out there at those pump stations monitoring it with that kind of level of emergency response is the kind of response we have to implement now. And, and I'm glad that those procedures are in place.
Yeah, and I think the people of Colonial Beach should be proud of their public works, because I work with a lot of communities across the state of Virginia, all over the country, actually. I can't say anything bad about them. These guys are spot on. They're always there, and I don't mind helping. It's outside of our scope of work to even leave the fence of the wastewater plant. Our work is at the wastewater treatment plant. I don't mind helping these guys. I'm committed to doing what we need to do in Colonial Beach, and it's because the support is there, and I appreciate that. They need to give themselves a pat on the back.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mr.
I
Wood.
just wanted to ask Chris a question, because it's something that comes up each time that we have an event like this, and people are always concerned that their drinking water might be affected, right? And obviously, that's not a problem, but would you be kind enough to explain why we do not need to be concerned about our drinking water?
Both systems are completely isolated from one another. One pulls water out of the ground through the wells into a closed system, which distributes water to your homes, businesses. The other one collects your wastewater to the collection system to the pump stations is sent to the treatment plant, treated, and sent out the effluent into Monroe Bay. Completely separate systems, no cross-contamination. There's no reason when these spills happen to worry about the drinking water in the town of Colonial Beach.
Thank you,
And it is
Chris.
tested on a daily basis.
Appreciate it.
You know, and just to expand on that, you are required to take testing yearly to, and what that's for is to make sure that you don't have surface water influence in your wells. And what they're looking for is, you know, things like bug particles, wing particles, just anything they can find, organic material in the groundwater. So you do have to test to make sure that the surface water is not getting into your well. And if they find that it is, that's required different type of treatment, different type of monitoring. So there's a lot of oversight on your drinking water, and I can assure you that no matter what happens at the wastewater plant, it's not going to affect your drinking water.
Thank you, guys.
John, just to clarify, if I may, so you indicated that the drop-dead deadline from DEQ is June 30th of 2028, correct? So I am assuming your one-year goal when we did the tour, and thank you for that, it was very informative. You noted three things: processed sludge and solids. I see the SCADA alarm, you said crash, so you're working to make sure that can get back to where it's working 100%, knock on wood. And EQ base is back online, so if not in a year, the goal is to make sure those things are operational by
Correct.
28. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Thank
And, you know, just on that tank that I showed you all that we're holding all that sludge in storm event, but it's full of solids. And one thing that I'm going to be presenting to the town soon is renting an additional sludge press, a mobile sludge press, to bring in so we can press those solids out of that tank and get them out of the plant, which we're thinking is going to take about 4 weeks to complete. So just expect to be seeing an estimate from us to do that. Any other questions?
Thanks for the heads up.
That's it, thanks, Jim.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. All right, anything else from the town manager update?
Not at this time.
I want to thank you, Kyler, for stepping up. I know that you were on call right now and through the incident, and you have been with us some time, but not that long. And I know that to be thrown into an emergency response situation like that as assistant town manager in Natasha's shoes is big to fill. So I really appreciate, everything you and your team have done through the incident as well. Keeping communication with us, keeping communication with the public, and also managing all the departments in coordination.
Thank you.
All right, next up, so on a little bit lighter note, kind of more fun note, we'll switch gears a little bit. We have been trying to coordinate a moment to honor Tori and Chanel Smith in the Level 82 program. Obviously, we know Tori Smith and his family have stayed dedicated to Colonial Beach in many ways. And we are very proud, obviously, of him and his efforts, but also just the fact that they give back to the community here. And we've had some difficulty scheduling from different times. Obviously, Tori's pretty busy. So we are going to honor him at the Level 82, the backpack giveaway event that is happening on July 31st. And so there will be a presentation there officially with Tori. But in anticipation of that, because this is our only July meeting, we have a proclamation to read, to put it in officially in the clerk book of record for all time, right? So with that, I'm going to read a proclamation for honoring Tori and Chanel Smith and Level 82 for their commitment and service to the youth and community of Colonial Beach. And we have Mr. Antoine Smith here, which I will, maybe we take a photo all together after I read it, okay? And he does a lot of the coordinating on behalf of Tori here in town, along with a lot of other people who help donate and support the backpack giveaway event. So whereas Tori and Chanel Smith have demonstrated an unwavering commitment to uplifting communities through mentorship, outreach, and meaningful investment in youth development. And whereas the founders of Level 82, the Smiths, have created an organization rooted in equity, education, and empowerment, values that have directly benefited the young people and families of Colonial Beach. And whereas through their work, Tori and Chanel have consistently shown up for Colonial Beach, not only in words, but in action, providing resources, organizing community events, supporting schools and athletic programs, and creating opportunities for connection and growth. And whereas Level 82 has helped equip youth in Colonial Beach with access to experiences, mentorship, and support systems that foster leadership, confidence, and a vision for a brighter future. And whereas the positive impact of the Smiths' efforts is evident in the lives they've touched, the partnerships they've built, and the trust they've earned within the Colonial Beach community. And whereas their presence and dedication serve as a model of compassionate leadership, civic responsibility, and community-centered action. And now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Colonial Beach hereby recognizes and honors Tori and Chanel Smith and Level 82 for their outstanding contributions to the youth and families of Colonial Beach. And be it further resolved that this proclamation be entered into official records of the Town of Colonial Beach, and copy will be presented to Tori and Chanel Smith as an expression of the council's sincere appreciation. So thank you very much, Tori, and Antoine, come on up. Before you come for a photo, you want to tell us a little bit more about the event coming up?
I was going to let Sally.
You gonna make Sally do it? No, you do it. Come on up. Come on up.
All right, good evening, everyone. The event on the 31st of July is going to be a great event. Tori and I have been planning along with Sally for the last few months. I had delivered today 250 backpacks to my house for the event. It's going to be a great event. We're looking forward to see everybody in town attend, come out and have a great time, free food, drinks, and a lot of activities.
And I do believe it's going to be Vice Mayor Allison that's going to do the presentation with Tori. I will be out of town for the event, very unfortunately, so we'll do one photo op with you, Antoine, now, and then Kenny will get the official photo. And the proclamation, the next proclamation I have to read is the National Parks and Rec Month. So this was a good month to do the Tori Smith with National Parks and Rec. All right, proclamation reads, recognizing July as National Parks and Recreation Month in the town of Colonial Beach. Whereas parks and recreation and events are vital to the quality of life in the town of Colonial Beach, supporting physical and mental wellness, community engagement, and environmental stewardship. And whereas Colonial Beach is proud to be home for a variety of parks and public waterfronts that serve residents and visitors of all ages and abilities. And whereas the Colonial Beach Parks, Recs, and Events Department plays a key role in creating active, healthy spaces and providing programs that bring people together. Whereas access to safe, well-maintained parks and recreational opportunities enhance community pride, support tourism, and contribute to the economic vitality of our town. And whereas dedicated staff and volunteers work tirelessly to preserve and improve our parks and public spaces, making Colonial Beach a welcoming and vibrant place to live, work, and visit. And whereas the month of July is recognized nationally as a Parks and Recreation Month, celebrating the essential role of parks and recreational play in strengthening our communities and our daily lives. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council of Colonial Beach, Virginia hereby proclaims the month of July 2025 as the National Parks and Recreation Month in the town of Colonial Beach. All right, Sally, this one's on you. Congratulations, Sally.
And Mayor, If I
This'll-
might, oh, sorry, finish up and then
I'll say this will go up in Town Hall. Heather will have it framed and put it up there. Yes, go ahead.
If I can have a few minutes to talk about our department, our Parks and Rec
Absolutely.
department. It's a very large department, as you know. We have one employee responsible. And while I think all of our departments are great and they all work very hard, I wanted to give a little shout out to Sally, who is our Director of Parks, Recreation, and Events. She gave me a list of all the things she's worked on recently, and
Oh,
it is
goodness.
too long
Don't read that.
to go into. So I just want to highlight a few, if that's okay. She's worked with the town staff to revive the Colonial Beach Town Carnival. I think this year was a success, and hopefully in the years forward, we'll have the same thing. She's brought back the Beach Ambassador Program with 25 volunteers. She's modernized the event application process and added an electronic form. She's worked on the team for the revitalization of Eleanor Park. She's enhanced seasonal programming to provide year-round community engagement. She's the one who produces our monthly and quarterly newsletters that the residents get. She's quadrupled volunteerism. She's instituted off-season activities, including family game nights, poker nights, fall and winter door decor competitions, holiday recreation, and Mardi Gras cooking classes. She acts as the Secretary for Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. And lastly, she regularly meets with our police and public works departments and event organizers to coordinate everything from an event on the schedule to post-event inspections spanning over 30 different days of local events. And so I'd like to give her a hand as well for all of her hard work that she does in that department.
Between you and Antoine, that's a lot of backpacks. You got a lot to carry. Thank you very much. That was good. All right. Next up is Mr. Trivett, Westmoreland Board of Supervisors. Welcome, Supervisor Trivett.
Madam Mayor, Town Council, as you might have noticed, Antoine Smith's last name is Smith, and so is Torrey's. So you should know that they're probably related. But Antoine has, when the school went through that crisis a few years ago, I believe it was in 2014, Torrey stepped up and spent thousands of dollars, and Antoine was there as well to help the school get supplies and things at that time too, and he's done an outstanding job for this community and these children, even though he lives in Baltimore. But he's done a great job at coming back and being part of this community. I try to not be negative, and I don't want anybody to take my comments as being negative tonight, because really, I want, and I wasn't even going to talk about this, but I can't sit in the audience and listen to questions be asked and know the answer and not say something, because I'm getting the same questions that Mr. Williams and Mr. Wood ask, and Chief Parsons probably doesn't know the answer to those questions. That's probably why he didn't tell you. But I just have to speak briefly about that, and there wasn't anything that I prepared, and I had no idea you were going to ask that question. But in fairness, I think because of the many questions that's on Facebook and the FOIAs that the county is receiving, more than one or two, and the questions that I'm being asked, and I would be shocked if you wasn't being asked the same questions, that I have to address a few things involving the Colonial Beach Volunteer Rescue Squad. And I'm going to do it in a positive way. So please don't take it to be negative. We have done an outstanding job, and we, I mean the community and you as a team and the county collaborating with each other and doing everything to get that squad in this town. That squad is owned and operated by Westmoreland County Emergency Services. A few years ago, or within the last 2 years, Columbia Beach Volunteer Rescue Squad was at a position to where they didn't have the volunteers. They have people that work professionally in that field every day for other counties. And so it's very hard, and we've had this conversation many times about volunteers and how hard it is. It's fantastic to look at those fire department numbers and see that you've got 5 members that are responding to calls, because a lot of times we see that same report and it's 3 members on average. So I mean, it's still, and at some point in time, it may not be in my lifetime, there'll be paid fire department in this county, because volunteers are just hard to come by. But I have to tell you, since November of last year, Columbia Beach Volunteer Rescue Squad has not run any calls. And it's all been done by Westmoreland County EMS. We have a memorandum of understanding, and the Westmoreland County Emergency Services Chief, Blake Bird, has done everything that he can to accommodate anything they've asked for. And we'll still continue to do that. Part of that MOU allowed them, they no longer have a license to operate in an emergency capacity. That all comes under the county now. So if they want to volunteer, the county has had open arms and said, please come and volunteer. We'll schedule you. You can volunteer for all the hours you want and drive our squad and work closely with our staff. And that accommodation has been made since the beginning of that memorandum of understanding. We're working, and it's behind the scenes, some things, obviously, to try to get a new building, because we don't want anything at all to hinder or to eliminate that squad being in this town. We see 8 minutes, believe it or not, that's pretty quick, because we've seen it 15, 20, 30, even longer, to get a squad to people. I think the reason the average is 8 minutes, to tell you the honest truth, is because the squad that's here in the town of Columbia Beach is gone most of the time. It's transporting somebody from this town. And so that makes that average go up, because in the Oak Grove station or the Montrose station, and believe it or not, the Kinsale station is coming to this town for the next call. And it's happened time and time again, and you've all heard me speak that it's been many times when all 4 squads in this county have been right in this town. And not only that, when King George has been here and Dalgren has been here, we're a very needy town. We have a lot of elderly people who need services, and we know we go to Tappahannock and Mary Washington, and it ties the squad up for 2 or 3 hours. So believe me, it's a lot of calls and a lot of man hours, and a lot of time is devoted. But we had a member, or Columbia Beach Rescue Squad had a member that was running calls in compliance with that MOU up until December the 6th, when he was removed from the Columbia Beach Volunteer Rescue Squad. And he was the last one that has run any calls since that occurred back on December the 6th of 24. So when you see that squad, it's manned by paid staff. And just this past weekend, my understanding is there was water in that building down there. I was notified at midnight about that. We were wondering whether we were going to have to move that staff out to Oak Grove as a very last resort, because I'm going to fight that all the way. If there's any way possible we can get them a boat and let them sleep in a boat, we'd do that before we'd want that squad to go to Oak Grove. But we spent over $1 million to accommodate that building at Oak Grove. Not because I wanted to, or you wanted to, but I just have to tell you that it'd be very easy to move that squad back to Oak Grove. And then you're looking at response times to be 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever it might be, and it's just not acceptable. We know, the public knows that squad has to be maintained and kept in this town. And so, there's going to be some discussion. We've got a special meeting coming up on the 22nd, because there's so much Facebook talk out there about it, and so many questions and so many people reaching out to the county. We have no choice but to address this issue and speak about where we're at and where we're going. And so we're going to discuss that so that the full board is aware of what's going on, because of the fact that we work too hard to make this happen. And we know that we didn't have support a couple years ago for that squad, and we were even told by the former county administrator that squad will never be in this town. But he's no longer here, and the squad is in this town. And that's a fact. So we're going to continue to work for the citizens of this town. But I apologize for going on, but I know Dr. Addo's not here tonight, so I was hoping I could take his time for a couple minutes to address that. But if you have any questions, anybody from the public, and as long as it's not a legal issue or something we've discussed in an executive session, I'm just one of these people that believes that information should be shared, because there's too much false information that's put out there that's absolutely not true. And so I'm sorry for taking the time to do that, but I just feel like since 2 of you asked that question, and had only 1 of you asked that question, I would have still got up here and answered it, because I think that you need to know, if you don't know, what's going on. And there is a group of us, a team of us, that are working on this. The mayor's involved, the public, whoever you have on the, Mr. Wood, people who should be involved, the town manager. We're working on this, and please don't believe we're not, because we're trying to figure it out. We've met with Davenport. They know that's on our plan to see how we can get funding for this new building, to work, with the town to make it happen, because we know that we can't have a building that's flooding, because we never know when that's going to happen, and we don't want that to be any kind of hindrance to us at all. But this is a team effort, and I'm glad to answer questions for you if I can. But you're right in asking those questions, because I'm getting phone calls about it. I go in public, no matter where I go, I'm hearing about it. People asking me those questions, and I just can't say, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, or I can't answer. I have to tell the truth if I know something. And I've had politicians tell me, you don't say certain things, but I'm just not like that. I just think if I know it, and it's not something that I can't speak to you about because it's something that's in litigation, then you have a right to know. I represent you, and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to continue to do that as long as I'm in this position. So if you have any questions that I can answer, or something you've been asked, maybe I haven't been asked, or maybe I don't know the answer, but we are on top of this, I can assure you. And it's nothing negative against the Columbia Beach Volunteer Rescue Squad. They still have a nonprofit, and they still have about 8 people still affiliated with that squad, 4 that's on the board of directors, and I think 3 or 4 other members. But currently, they are not running any calls, is the answer to your question. It's all paid staff. So, any questions?
I asked this question just recently, which is why I responded the way I did. And Blake told me that if they want to volunteer, that they can call in and volunteer, that is still
That's absolutely
part of the
correct.
MOU, and that they
Yes.
still can do that. And also, I just want to say a really big appreciation and thank you to the volunteer squad for the members that are still there to steward what is there from the volunteer squad, and for their legacy of service for people like Pat Fitzgerald, who have dedicated their entire life, thousands of hours a month. I mean, the woman always won every award imaginable at the rescue squad dinner because nobody could touch her on hours of service. And there are still very important, very dedicated people as a part of that organization. And they still do have the capability and the option to volunteer under WDES, but all of the statistics will be WDES. And those numbers will only reflect WDES because there is only one license. So I just want to make sure that is clear. And that was a part of the collaboration. That was all, that's all how it's supposed to work. This isn't, any different than exactly how it all got resolved, right? And that they now don't have to maintain a separate license, separate pharmaceuticals, separate equipment inspections, and all of those things, because it all is under the emergency service.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, Mayor. And the MOU is public information. Anybody can get a copy of that. That has not changed at all.
Okay.
And Chief Blake, if he was here tonight, would tell you that the county, they can call up at any time and be scheduled to run calls or do anything. There's nothing at all that forbids them from doing that. But I know some of those people, and they work full-time job, 24-hour shifts. And so, but you're absolutely right, and you can still go by that squad building almost every single day, and Pat Fitzgerald is out there picking up trash, doing something with cans, cutting the grass. It doesn't, so that hasn't changed. They still have access to that building. It's still their building. The county just occupies it on a 24/7 basis. And so that's why please don't take anything that I said out of context or being negative. If I left anything out, but I'm glad that the mayor reinforced that as well, because nothing has changed about that MOU. It's just, I know how difficult it is. It's virtually almost impossible.
But we do need this building that they Catalyst, the volunteer squad did that legwork. They planned for the future. They knew that rescue services needed to be in this town for the next 100 years, just like the 85 years they've been in existence already. And they were ready and committed to having a place, having a building that would withstand another century. And that's the kind of building this is, and it is for the welfare and the well-being of all of our residents. And if we're up here for anything, and I mean anything at all,
Yep.
that is why we sit up here. That's why we go through elections. That's why we take the verbal abuse on Facebook. That's why we, go do all of it, is because our heart and our love is for the people of this town, and we have to protect them. And that is the number one job that we have. And so, solidifying emergency service response within town limits, there is no greater cause than that, because that is life-saving measures, point blank. So as far as I know, the volunteer squad stays committed to a permanent facility that is going to house the Westmoreland EMS services and solidify having EMS services with a response time of 8 minutes or less. I'm going to challenge Blake on that 8 minutes to get it down even further.
Well, the
And-
national average is 15, so we're doing pretty darn good.
Yeah, I could still challenge him.
So,
But that's why we're here, and I think with the collaboration with the county has been fantastic, and I just can't say enough things about Jim Taylor and Supervisor Trivet, and really all the supervisors that have been supportive of this initiative. And with the planning, the foresight, the base, really, the foundation that the volunteer squad has laid for this to happen, I think it possible to do so. And I hope we'll see that does come to fruition, but it takes a lot of planning.
yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I just want to say Chief Bird, since he has been the rescue EMS chief, that he is 100% behind ensuring that he does everything that we can do to facilitate that, because he knows. I mean, he's got the numbers. He does the numbers every month. There's no district that runs more calls than this district. None. And so, and we've known that for quite some time, how many they do a year. I mean, it's way more than all the other districts. So, but we know that, and it's just that we address these issues when the public asks these questions, and let them know that just what you said, it's nothing negative about Columbia Beach Volunteer Rescue Squad at all. They have done a lifetime of service to this community, and we should never, ever say anything negative about them at all, because I mean, they just done an outstanding job. But there comes a time, just like we've seen in King George and other areas, where you got to do something different, because you just don't have the manpower. And like you said, when they come to these drug boxes and everything, they can't maintain that stuff. It has to be under one license to where people that are there every day can maintain that kind of stuff. So, plus all the training and stuff. But anyway, thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to take a couple of minutes. Did anybody else have any questions about that at all? Or?
Thank you, Mr. Trivet.
What is the status with the new building?
Well, we're talking about it.
Okay.
As often as we can. Obviously, it's going to take a lot of money, probably a few $1 million just off the top of my head from some things that I've seen. But I'll just tell you this. Davenport is doing an analysis of county funds right now, what we have in fund balance and how we can utilize that for capital improvements. We expect them to come back and present to our meeting in September, and that's part of it. The county's not going to come in here and build a $2 or $3 million building without somebody else having a little bit of skin in the game, and so and that's going to happen. The Columbia Beach Volunteer Rescue Squad is going to be involved. Hopefully, the town council and the town government's going to be involved, but it's going to be a collaborative effort to where we see what's the best and most efficient way that we can build this building to house this squad, like the mayor said, for 100 years from now. So that's where that's at, but we are actively working on it, because we said a year ago or 2 years ago, however long it's been since we had that very first meeting, Mayor, I don't remember how long ago it's been, but that was going to be a temporary facility, a temporary location for that squad to be housed, and we mean that, just like we meant it with the school. But there has to come a time we say, okay, temporary's been too long now, we've got to move forward, and we're moving forward to get you that information. Just as soon as we know it, you'll know it.
Okay. Yeah, because I passed by that thermometer with the $500,000 raised or whatever.
Yep.
Are we still accepting donations for?
Yes, the rescue, so that is the volunteers' donations. And so, yes, they are still accepting, as far as I know, for the squad building, and they have a dedicated fund for the squad building. And the town's position in this and so far and role is that we have a lease with the rescue squad for the new building to go on Colonial Avenue at that 700 Colonial Avenue location right on Colonial Avenue. And so that is already a part of their survey boundary, their engineering, and the site plan. And so basically, like, we know where, we know what, we're ready, I mean, basically it's ready to go to permit as soon as financing comes together. And so that is waiting on the county side right now.
Yep, that's accurate.
Mr. Williams?
First off, I want to thanks for that transparency and for clarifying that. I have asked a few times, so as a bunch of community members have. One thing I will ask is that if you could keep all of council in the loop rather than just the mayor and public safety person, because this is a very important topic. I think we're all very supportive of making sure that this happens, and we'll support it any way we can. So,
Sure.
thank you.
That it on that? Thank you for letting me have Dr. Addo's time. I guess he didn't show up, did he?
No, he told us he was not going to be here with us
Good.
today.
So that was his time.
Okay.
But anyway,
Oh, so
Mayor,
now
I'll try
you're
to be
going to
really
your
quick, but
time?
believe it or not, there are some important things. I thought, even though our meeting was until 12 o'clock Monday night, and you left early, so you didn't get to stick around.
I left, that giant
till
rainstorm was
midnight.
coming in, and you know what was happening here.
But some of y'all have had the same, privilege in life being late. And that was a late one. I was extremely tired when I got home. But anyway, we got to take care of business, right? So I just want to mention that the board did approve a letter to go to the Northern Neck Planning District. The town has asked for a grant in the amount of $25,000 that deals with, I think it's going to be a broadband assessment or,
She's speaking right after you.
Oh, okay, so good. So anyway, so we did approve that letter to send to them, and then I'll let her
Thank
talk
you.
about that, and I can move on, but we did approve that, just to let you know. I want to remind you again, I think I mentioned this last month, but the Northern Neck Planning District Commission and the Northern Neck Chesapeake Bay Region, as well as the Northern Neck Tourism Commission, we're going to be meeting here in town, which is great, on the 21st, Monday. And I have to thank Eric Nelson, who's a part of that as well, because he facilitated that we do that at the Ice House Brewery and Kitchen. So that's where that meeting is going to be held, and we do it in Lancaster, Richmond County, Northumberland County, and Westmoreland County, but I don't think it hadn't been held here since I've been on the board. So we were kind of advocates for that, hey, we really need to do this in the town so that they can see what they're missing right here in our beautiful little town. And so this is where it'll be held on Monday, the 21st. So just to let you know, and thank you, Mayor, for mentioning the strategic plan. Since Mr. Taylor's taken over as county administrator, he's been very active in trying to put all that together for the board. He's almost got an economic development director. I think it's really, really close, which is something that we really need. That strategic plan is going to address public safety and schools and human services and economic development and several different areas, but it should be on our website if you want to look that up and see what all is going on. I think they've done a really good job since Mr. Taylor's come is keeping our website active. And as you can see, if you're on Facebook at all, they constantly post things out there on the web. So everybody can see it. And when I see anything I see the county post, we try to share it, the supervisors do, so that we can get as much attention to whatever they're putting out there that we can. So that's been a big change that's, I think, been real helpful to the town as well. Some other parts of that plan will deal with affordable housing and the environment, which we've already heard some things about the environment tonight, and financial stewardship, which I know everybody's always asking about. They want to ensure that we're using their funds efficiently, and I agree with that 100%. The big important thing, though, is, and I don't know how much the public knows, but I'm not going to go into great detail, but I'll give it to Heather, a copy of the presentation that Chief Bird did the other night on the radio system. I just wanted to highlight that it was a crisis. Lightning struck the main tower at Montrose and knocked out all the communications. At no time whatsoever, though, was 911 ever affected. But it was a radio issue. The Virginia Department of Emergency Services responded. They sent engineers immediately from all over the state. Staff worked around the clock to ensure that people had radio communication. But out of all of that, naturally, you find out real quick what your vulnerabilities are and things that you need to upgrade and change because it's so darn old. That tower's been hit by lightning, I think, 3 or 4 times. So out of that, though, we decided that, we're going to spend some money, and we have no choice. And so what we're going to end up doing, just to highlight it, of what the expenditure is going to be initially, is mobile data terminals, which will be in all the fire department vehicles, rescue vehicles, and all that. There's only one fire department in the county that has those right now, and I think they're in your town. But it's going to cost us about $100,000 to equip all those. We're going to get a mobile command center where when we have a crisis like that, we can move it anywhere in Westmoreland County or the town or wherever to have radios that don't go down, and so we can communicate. It's a lifeline. You've got to have communication. LTE radios, and this is the one that hurts the most because those radios now are $10,000 a piece, and we're going to have to buy 40 of them. So that's about $400,000 that we're looking at for the radios. We're going to have to get secondary antennas and different things like that. The costs are going to probably be, and I hate to say in the millions, but that's what it'll be when it's all over. The board just approved, can't tell you the exact number, but it's a little over $640,000 for the initial phase to authorize Chief Byrd to go ahead and move forward with that. We're forever in debt with King George, Charles County, St. Mary's County. They stepped right up and was tremendous help. And I just have to tell you, they gave us radios to use, allowed us to use their channels, and all those things to ensure that we never lost communications. And so I commend the Westmoreland staff as well as the police department, the sheriff's office, EMS, fire, all of them that played a role in this, making it happen. So I'm going to leave this with you. It's a presentation that was given at our meeting, so that you'll have that. And she can make you a copy of it. I don't have it in an email, but you can get it in an email if you want it that way. I'm sure the county can send it to you. The other thing else that I think is good news for people that have dogs that we approved, the treasurer come to us and asked us to change the ordinance. Currently, you pay, I think, on a yearly basis to get your dog tags. We're going to change that ordinance to where it'll be a lifetime license of that pet, of that dog. So you'll only have to do it once. You'll still be required to turn in your rabies shots and whatever else is required for your dogs. But that way you won't have to pay $10 or I think for one species or for one sex and $5 for the other, however they've got it in the law. It'll be one fee, $20, and that's it, but it's not transferable. It'll just be for that one animal. So I think that's going to help. The kennel fees are not going to change. So they'll still remain the same. So that's something that's coming up, and if that's enacted, which we're going to do an ordinance for that, we have to have a public hearing for it. So we'll probably do that the next meeting, and hopefully that will be online October the 1st of 2025. So I'll give you that to you. The only other thing I'll tell you about is the delinquent taxes. The treasurer gave us a briefing about that as well for 2024. They billed $20.5 million in real estate. They were able to collect 97% of those taxes. So 3% wasn't collected, which actually is about $440,000 that they still need to collect, but that's pretty darn good, really. What I don't think is good, even though, it's tough, and you all probably experience it as well, is they billed $10.2 million for personal property taxes and only recovered 89%, which I said only, but that's a lot, believe it or not. So they still got about 11% out there, which is around $970,000 that they still need to collect. So having said all that, the board approved for her to post that. So if your name is on it, you better run to the library, go online, you'll see it. But that'll be posted by name at all the libraries, and that's what the law allows you to do, as well as is online. So if you owe taxes, and I didn't see the list, so I'm hoping I'm not on it, but you never know. I've heard stories about people that paid lots of properties, and then all of a sudden they missed one, and they're on the list. So, but anyway, you'll be able to check that because that will be posted. So, any other questions or anything? I know I took a lot of your time, but I think it's important and valuable time spent.
I think that list has always been available at the circuit clerk.
As well as the clerk's office. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit more convenient for you to get it next door.
Sure.
So if you need it and you don't drive and you're not on the web, just go over there and ask them for the list and they'll provide it to you. So, and it's going really well too. Just briefly about, we're no longer charging, for appliances and all that. And boy, that has just gotten such a positive feedback that brush we're no longer charging for, tires. And, it's not that much money, but it's a heck of an inconvenience to the public. And, they had to go down to Montrose to the treasurer's office and get that $5 thing. So, those kind of things, we're taking short steps, but that's things that I see that is extremely positive, and we are getting such good feedback about. Thank you for at least doing something for us and trying to do something for us. And I think that's one thing Mr. Taylor's done a great job at, looking for things to see how he can help the citizens of this county and this town to not be inconvenienced.
They gonna do any cleaning on the old road?
Well, as you probably, are you talking about trash?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked to, the state about that. Hopefully, they're going to clean it up. I know that the sheriff's office has put video out there before and, and seen people dumping and taking action, but I don't know that it'll ever stop. Hopefully, some of the tire stuff will stop, but they still got to go to Montrose to take them. Your appliances and stuff can go to the convenience center right there, James Monroe. I don't know that we can ever end that, which is unfortunate.
Well, I just mean, I think because we've gone
It's
to
only
the
cleaning it
stickers
up.
now, I think it will be easier, because the reality is people weren't going to Montrose, they go to Old Road and shove it off the back of their truck.
Yeah.
That's what they do, so.
No, and it's happened numerous times.
But now that, where I got 8 stickers, I have 2 cars, I don't know what to do with all these stickers.
I don't know how they did all that, but I got 8 too, so I feel good about it.
So they definitely got us covered with stickers, and, so I think making it convenient is very valuable, and hopefully that will reduce it, because I think it's been the inconvenience of it that's created the problem, but, is there something that's gonna clean up what's happened there already?
I'll bring that up again, and we've discussed that, and they were supposed to be, and David Beal hasn't been at our last 2 meetings, so those are some questions that I've wanted to ask him, as well as going up here to McDonald's and having the state clean out that road again. I think that goes under the state road, and I think they did it once before, but if anybody goes by McDonald's, you saw it was flooded again. But they did clean that out about a year ago when the manager called me, and I called him, and they came right down and took care of it. And they tried to do something that other side of the road so it wouldn't happen again, but it's still happening. So hopefully we'll get that taken care of as well. But anytime you see anything that you think that I can help with, whether it's something with Mr. Beal, who's the chief engineer, the lead engineer for this community, he's more than willing to help any way he can, and I'll make sure I address that with him again. To find out if there's something they're going to do to try to clean that up. If not, then the county really needs to hire somebody like we just recently did to clean up all the roads, because we just didn't have the volunteers to do it. And we paid, I think it was a matching grant between us and the state, and we paid about $11,000 to get people to walk these roads and clean up all the trash. But unfortunately, and you've seen it as well as I have, you pick it up and the very next day you look and say, how in the world? Just clean that up and there's 2 more McDonald's bags and everything else right back on the road again just the very next day, and it's very sad, but that's where it's at. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. One of you.
Quick question, small, but it does, it does impact. Who is responsible for trimming that tree by McDonald's that hangs over into the street, obstruct the traffic lights and stuff like that? Because it has been growing and growing.
Well, that could be the state as well. If you don't mind sending me an email to remind me, and I'll try, because if they do trim all the roads, but you will have to determine whether it's in it, but I think the state does the highway there, so they may be responsible for doing it. And a lot of times, even if they're not, if they've got a crew in the area, they'll do it.
Okay.
If we bring it to their attention, they'll be more than glad to do it. So if you tell me exactly where it's at.
It's the one right there in front of the McDonald's, and it seems
Okay.
like it's been needing a haircut.
Is it on
for quite
McDonald's
some time.
property?
Excuse me?
Is it on McDonald's property? Is that where it's at?
Probably where it is.
Well, they're
so that's why
probably
I was
responsible
curious.
for it then.
Okay, I'll have a talk with
Yeah,
them.
if it's on
because
their property.
It poses, you know,
Which they're
Those are true.
responsible for the water on their property too, but however, if the road is what's causing that, or there's something to do with the highway that's causing that, then, and the state didn't balk a bit. When we asked them to go there and clean that out, they went right there and cleaned it out. So, and it needs to be done again, because they couldn't even park in any of those parking spots on that left side as you go in the parking lot the other day. It might still be that way, so.
okay.
And you had a question too, Ms. Sanford? Okay. Anybody else?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Sorry, Mayor,
much.
for taking so much time.
It's okay, it was a long meeting you guys have. Now we're going to have a long meeting here, huh? It is your turn. Welcome back, Ms. Sullivan.
Thanks for having me. Good evening, Madam Mayor Schick, Vice Mayor Allison, members of the Town Council, and all other attendees. My name is Sarah Sullivan, and I'm an advisor for the Broadband Council. Thank you for asking me to speak tonight and provide a broadband enhancement and advocacy update. For some background, in 2023, the community residents and businesses responded to a survey published by Mayor Schick gathering info on BreezeLine's internet service experience. That survey feedback, which reflected a poor internet experience, drove the Broadband Council to conduct a no-cost, small-scale speed and latency study so we could see how your community internet connections really perform against FCC's definition of served broadband, which is 100 megabytes per second download, 20 megabytes per second upload, and latency under 100 milliseconds. The results of that small-scale study showed that download speeds generally met and exceeded 100 megabytes per second download, which was good news. However, upload speeds were often below the 20 megabytes per second minimum, and latency was consistently above 100 milliseconds. Slow up speeds and high latency impact the quality of streaming services, especially those that require symmetric bandwidth, which is up and down, and can make video calls choppy, telehealth appointments impossible. They can impact remote work and business productivity negatively and make online learning ineffective. With the results of that small-scale study, the Broadband Council proposed to the town of Colonial Beach a 3-phase approach to tackle broadband enhancement and advocacy in the town. The first phase, committee facilitation and broadband assessment, is complete. And I'll be providing highlights from that phase along with recommendations on next steps. So what you're seeing up here is that assessment. I'm not going to go through word by word, but I'm going to provide highlights to that assessment. Over the past few months, phase 1 included regular meetings, research, feedback, partnership building, and content creation between the participants, which include the Broadband Council, Town Manager Natasha Tucker, Phil Imhoff, and most recently, Assistant Town Manager Kyler Brower. This resulted in the publishing of the Broadband Assessment, a 16-page document including key findings, short-term and long-term next steps. And while I will not read through the entire assessment, I will provide the highlights. Highlights of the key findings include confirmation that the broadband access is limited, it's inconsistent, and it's expensive. There is a table in this assessment in the back that you can review for a full list of all internet options and prices. The good news is that the town itself is a viable candidate for fiber connectivity, which is the most future-proof solution. This is due to the town's small size, density, and approximation to existing fiber infrastructure. The town is documented as broadband served, which means the town does not qualify for federal or state broadband infrastructure funding, and the only way to rebut that is to collect speed and latency data on a large scale and provide that data to BreezeLine, the FCC, and the Virginia Office of Broadband requesting a change. In addition to a poor broadband internet experience, there are other communication vulnerabilities in the town, with cell service as well as the police department radios, leading to public safety concerns. However, there are avenues to improving the broadband cell service and radio experience. Moving forward, the two main focus points should be data collection and partnership building. Both of these initiatives have been started in phase 1. For example, Phil Imhoff has created a community-wide testing forum. Phil has also performed multi-day testing at the town hall offices to trial out the gathering and documentation of test data on a wider scale. As far as partnerships, the Broadband Council facilitated the introduction of the town to the Virginia Office of Broadband and the Virginia Affordability and Adoption Planning Grant. This was in coordination with Jerry Davis from the Northern Neck Planning District Commission. The Virginia Office of Broadband and the Northern Neck Planning District Commission are now aware of broadband issues within the town, which lays the foundation for future grants and support from those two entities. Lastly, the Broadband Council has provided guidance for public safety communication improvements, which start with data collection and then using that data to initiate discussions with Verizon Wireless and BreezeLine to secure better connectivity, especially during local events. Now, I'll review suggested next steps that are associated with Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the original Broadband Enhancement and Advocacy proposal. Number 1, further engaging the community and informing the community. Providing regular updates to the community as to the broadband progress. Also, working with residents for a community-wide speed and latency testing so that this data can be documented and used to rebut the served status of the community. Also holding focus groups to gather additional feedback and in parallel educating the community on broadband terminology so they are empowered to provide feedback to their provider directly if they choose to do so. Continuing to pursue the Virginia Adoptability and Affordability Planning Grant, which is currently on hold, and other grants that are released. The VAAPG grant specifically lays the foundation for additional broadband funding in the future. Also, fostering partnerships with BreezeLine and our All Points Broadband or other providers can help make the fiber connectivity a reality. Fostering partnerships within the community. For example, the Broadband Council suggests that the school students also become involved in the broadband testing and data collection and documentation. This is a dual purpose as it helps highlight internet issues, but also exposes students to STEM-related skills. In closing, working with the town has been exceptionally positive and a productive experience, marked by a spirit of collaboration, responsiveness, and shared commitment to improving broadband access. The Broadband Council looks forward to continuing its partnership with the town to help in turn these recommendations into reality and build a stronger and more connected future for the entire community. I also want to thank Westmoreland County for their letter. Although the grant has been put on hold, we are continuing to work with the Office of Broadband to determine when it will come off hold, and we'll have that letter and be able to move forward. So now I'd like to take your questions.
Okay, the internet's crap. We know it's crap. We're trying to do something about it.
That's right.
There we go.
Yep.
When you say there's a possibility of fiber, and we've been looking at options on how to access that fiber. What do you think the options are in accessing fiber access?
So there still lays the foundation to prove in that the community's not served. So that's still number one. And as we went through this process, that was confirmed time and time and time again. You need to have the data. So once you have the data and you prove in that the community's not served, interested parties will want to come in and serve the community. As far as who is probably in the best position, it is probably All Points Broadband, and that is because they are building all around your community. Now, they are building to locations that aren't served, so even if, for example, Breeze Line is serving, outside of the town, they're serving other locations in Westmoreland, they're considered served, so All Points is not gonna, they're not gonna build there. They're gonna build to the household that doesn't have any internet access or has a very low internet access, and they're the ones that are gonna get the fiber connectivity, where, the pre-existing is gonna keep the cable infrastructure just like within the town. So it is not just a town problem, for sure, but what's key is proving in that the residents aren't served, and that opens up the opportunity. Now, I will say also that, I think that because of the size of this community, it's very dense. You have a lot of households. I talked to Corning Fiber and just did kind of, a high-level assessment of what it would cost per household. And, the lowest, this is just fiber, this is not including any electronics, but the lowest cost was about $1,000 per household passing, and that's if you hang the fiber on poles, up to $4,000 to $5,000, if you do bury it in the ground. And those costs are actually a lot lower than what you'll see across the country, which is usually quoted at about $10,000 per house passing. So when I say this is an appealing community for fiber, that's what I mean. Did that answer your question?
How long until we can get the status changed?
So we're not sure what that's going to take, but we need the data first to be gathered at a larger scale. So we have the small scale, we have the small study, but we need, if I had to say, we would need at least 100, right? We need at least 100 households tested. If we can get more than that, that would be even better. And then we approach the FCC, we approach Breeze Line, and we approach the Virginia Office of Broadband, in parallel at the same time with this data, and, find out what is it going to take to get the status changed.
Yeah, and Phil made some sort of template survey or something. I mean, can we be sharing that? Is there something we can do to help get you the data you need?
So Phil has it. It does have to need, I think it needs final approval. And we do need to nail down the exact process for how do you distribute it, how do you get the data back and ensure that it's, accurate, clean data. So all of that does need to be worked through. And, that's kind of part of phase 2 and phase 3 is that. So I think we're right there as far as distributing that, but, there's just a few things that need to be buttoned up to make sure that it's a success.
Okay. Yeah, Kenny's related to at least 100 people, so we'll just
Awesome.
get his family to it.
Easy.
Okay, all right, well, we'll be looking forward to that, and when that comes out, hopefully we'll all be sharing that and getting that out there so that you can get as many people to contribute to the survey results as possible.
Sounds good.
We generally have really good participation in surveys, so I'll say probably it's not going to be hard to get 100 people to
Yeah,
do it.
that's great. Okay,
All right, any other questions? All right.
thank you.
Okay, next up is public comment. This is general public comment. I believe we also have a public, we don't have a public hearing today? Why did I think, I guess I thought the advisory bylaws for some reason. Okay. All right, so during public comment or hearings, we ask that you follow certain guidelines. Please come up and stand at the podium, and for the record, state your name and address. If you'd like to be contacted, you can provide your contact information on the sheet, on the sign-in sheet there, or to the clerk after you speak is fine as well. Make your comments to the council as a whole. Be brief, state your position, provide facts, and you may provide written statements or supporting materials too. You can hand them to the clerk, and the clerk will distribute them to the council and the town manager. Debate is prohibited. Follow-up on comments is provided by the town manager. Speak clearly, as we want to hear what you have to say, and the council will try to hear everyone who wishes to speak on any subject. The comments are limited to 5 minutes. Time cannot be transferred to another speaker, so if you represent a group, you can identify the members of your group that are here with you in attendance as well. And after public comment is closed, I encourage you to stay as the council continues to engage in dialogue and deliberation on the various agenda items. With that, we'll open public comment. We have anybody signed up? Welcome, Ms. Vaughn.
I'm Kelly Woods Vaughn, 2 Kettle Bottom Drive, Colonial Beach. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Town Council. I am here on behalf of the Colonial Beach Historical Society and Museum. The Native American exhibit installed at the Colonial Beach Historical Society and Museum on July 3rd. We are happy to announce that our new Native American exhibit, curated by the archaeology team at William & Mary Center for Archaeological Research, was installed at the museum this week. The team from William & Mary has been hard at work on this project since 2007, when a survey was conducted prior to the construction of a new bridge in the area of Wilkerson's Restaurant, sponsored by the Virginia Department of Tourism. This survey revealed the Gouldman oyster shell midden, named for the property owners Moore and Teresa Goldman. In 2008, an additional survey confirmed that the site was an oyster midden dating from 500 BC to 1000 AD during the Middle Woodland period. Post-survey, the team transferred the artifacts uncovered during the survey to William & Mary for cataloging and cleaning of the items on site. The artifacts were recently delivered to the museum for installation on July 3rd at the request of the Goldman family, who supported this effort with a generous donation. The staff of the Colonial Beach Historical Society and Museum extend their gratitude to Moore and Teresa Goldman for their generosity in support of this project. We are likewise grateful for the efforts of the William & Mary team, and our thanks to the staffers Elizabeth Monroe, Michelle Brumfield for their work on this project, and for Michelle's installation of this wonderful exhibit. We hope that all of you will stop into the museum. We're a little short on volunteers right now, but it's in the back. When you first walk in, it's in the back room, and it's pretty awesome. Mitzi wanted me to also let you know that we have a membership drive right now to encourage everyone to become a member of our museum. We will be hosting the holiday home tours in December again this year, and we are in the process of creating a cookbook for funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Davis.
Rick Davis, 201, what is that, Monroe Street, Colonial Beach. Madam Mayor and Council, first of all, I'd like to say I went in town hall the other day, and it was nice to talk to, speak to the town manager. Of course, she wasn't available, but there was 2 people that came out to talk to me, which was very nice. And they answered some questions for me. Everything was good. I'm not going to talk about that, but one of my other things was, you lost 2 officers, went somewhere, but nobody said anything about them leaving. They were 2 real good officers. They should have been mentioned tonight because they were really good, and it's sad to see them leave. Another thing that now that I am going to be a town resident, hopefully in November I'm going to be up there joining you guys. And what else? One of my questions I was going to ask about Public Works. I've noticed, I was a town employee at one time too, and about what taxes so high. There's a lot of equipment in the rear of Public Works. maybe council should go back and look. Is there any kind of inventory of equipment that's back there? Because I know there's awful lot of equipment, trucks, excavators, backhoes, and everything. Maybe they should surplus some of that stuff and probably get a lot of money to repair sidewalks, pay for some of the stuff at the sewage plant. There's got to be some kind of accountability for that. A lot of mowers and everything. Just a thought. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Town Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at public comments. I wanted to just add to one of the things that Tim said. I happen to know for a fact that Pat Fitzgerald was there Monday night pushing water out of the rescue squad with a broom, and she continues to volunteer, not as an active squad making runs, but as a volunteer, keeping that place running. And I'm sure there are other volunteers that on the support team that are there helping with that too. I also wanted to thank Tim Trivett for his great representation of the town at the county level. I think he's doing a great job and doing a really good job of keeping us informed. And I wanted to bring to your attention the annual Memories Matter in Colonial Beach Alzheimer's Walk. It will be on October the 18th. And 2 years ago, we set a record, not just in town, but across the state for the amount of money that we raised and the number of participants that we had in the walk. And a lot of that was due to a lot of the businesses supporting the walk that year. So this year, I'm helping to coordinate that effort, and I'm hoping that a lot of our representatives and town staff will come out for that walk on the 18th. I don't walk anymore. I can't walk that distance, but I'll be driving my golf cart as a support member and bringing up the rear and picking up people. You can ride your bicycle, you can walk, you can do half the distance. But the main thing is to increase awareness of Alzheimer's and other dementia here in town and make sure that we are raising the money necessary to defeat this disease, which is the longest goodbye that any family has to say. And you all know I've just done that with my dog, so it wasn't Alzheimer's, but it's just a really important thing to bring support, but to get the research. And there are some new things coming out of that. Locally, NARF, that is their main charity too. So in anticipation of that walk, we've already done one fundraiser in town, and we have two more coming up. We'll be the charity at one of the bingos at Ice House, and we'll be the charity for Lido's, and one day coming up. So we'll make sure that that is put out there. I've put out a few flyers today. I have more. If you have a place that you can put these up or can hand them out in your personal life, we would really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Eric Nelson, 1321 Lossing Avenue. Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm going to talk a little bit about, give you an update on downtown Colonial Beach. Charlotte Cole has given a bit of an update on the SMART grant, but there's a few other things going on with the organization that I thought would be of interest to you. One is, as Tim Trivett mentioned, well, he mentioned the meeting that's going to be taking place on Monday evening, but another meeting that's going to happen just before that is a joint meeting between the Board of Downtown Colonial Beach and the Economic Development Committee. So for the first time, we're going to have a joint meeting of the two. And Jim Taylor is going to be attending that meeting. So he's going to be hearing from us about what DCB is doing and the EDC is doing. And we look forward to getting his support on various activities that we're going to be involved with. Also, a super exciting opportunity is coming up. All of you know that earlier this year, the downtown Colonial Beach was granted Main Street status by Virginia Main Street. And we are we were given a sign by Virginia Main Street to install in the town. And we're having our unveiling ceremony. Public Works has been doing a yeoman's job of putting the sign up, although it's still not visible yet. But we're going to be having an unveiling ceremony on the July 29th at 9:30 in the morning. And all of you will be invited to that. The sign is going to go up very close to the corner of Washington and Colonial Avenue, and immediately after that there will be a reception, which all of you will be invited to, which is going to be across the street at Magnolia Hall. The last thing I'd like to mention is the mayor is sitting just below the seal of the town, and earlier this year, downtown Colonial Beach was granted the opportunity to use the seal and the town logo in flags. And hopefully all of you have now begun to see the seal flags go up around the town, and they are for sale. It's a fundraiser for downtown Colonial Beach, and they're being sold at various locations in town. They're being sold by Magnolia Hall, by CB Creative, the art center down the street here, and by Hawthorne Mercantile, and we're going to be talking to the museum about selling them at the museum as well. I learned recently that it was actually at the museum many years ago, long before my time, that there were flags with the town seal that were sold there. So we're going to kind of bring that back, and hopefully I'll see those flags and attached to all of your houses when I drive by. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Wright.
Madam Mayor and members of the Town Council, thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. I want to talk a little bit about the peer lease agreement that is coming out from the Town Council. I have 14 years worth of correspondence going back and forth between myself and the town discussing the peer lease itself. And the one area that is of concern is the responsibility of the person leasing the land from the town council to be, or not from the town, to be responsible for all shoreline erosion mitigation efforts. In 2019, the previous owners of our property at 1506 Monroe Bay Avenue had an estimate to stabilize the 75 feet that we have on Monroe Bay Avenue, and that estimate ran between $12,000 to $17,500 just for that 75-foot area. And that was done in 2011. So you can imagine what the estimate would run now 15 years later. I would probably say it would probably double. While I appreciate the incentive that's put aside in the peer lease agreement of $1,750, that certainly isn't going to cover the amount that I would have to spend to stabilize the shoreline where we live. And right now, the shoreline drops off completely straight down over 5 feet, and it's been that way for a while. I guess in the second question I'd like to raise, there are areas on Monroe Bay Avenue that don't have docks, that aren't rocked and aren't protected. My question is, what's the town going to do about those areas? So when you think about the peer lease and coming out asking us to sign this, this would be like me renting you a house, and a part of the agreement of renting that house is that when the HVAC system goes down, you buy the new one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anybody else? Come on up. This is what we're here for.
I apologize that I don't get on the list all the time. My name is Joyce Gunderson, 912 Bryan Avenue, Madam Mayor and Town Council. First off, I want to say, Eric, I have some of those old flags, so I can get up here and speak with saying, yeah, I've been around through flags and everything else. My question or concerned, and I know the fad right now is electric bikes. And we've got some electric bikes, and I just want to know if, as far as town-wise, we can do, should we start doing some safety issues with helmets being required? Speed, should we put governors on it? The other night, between my leash and my dog and myself, the bikes went over between Budley and I, like right there at 10:30 at night, 2 little boys, and they're pretty reckless, and I think y'all have seen. So that's just a question. I mean, electric bikes are becoming very, very popular, so I don't know. You know, we did things when we became a golf cart community. Should we do something at that? And I always have to throw in my traffic calming strip on Jackson Street. I don't want to ever get up here and not mention it, okay? And then the other thing I want to just mention, I know that the carnival was fast and furious and wasn't planned. Next year we're going to plan it and all that. Can I make a suggestion that we take the tractor and trailers some other location and not be as we come into town? I spend a lot of time volunteering at carnivals. As a matter of fact, I leave tomorrow. We put our tractor and trailers way out of the way so you don't see that mess. So I just want to put that in somebody's, just to be on public record. Let's not have the tractor and trailers as soon as you come into town. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to come up and speak? Okay. They can come with you.
Hello, my name is Alexis Delgado. I am not a resident of Colonial Beach, but I am grateful to be here speaking with you all. I am the project coordinator for Colonial Beach Community Heart and Soul, which is the resident-driven initiative focused on understanding what truly matters to the people that live here. We are currently in phase 2, and we're gathering personal stories from community members to uncover their shared values, things like what people love about this town, what they hope for, and what they want to see in the future. These values will help guide thoughtful decision-making and ensure that future plans reflect the voices of people who live here. We've had great conversations so far, and we're excited to continue reaching more residents. As this work moves forward, I just wanted to invite you, our town and community leaders, to stay connected with the process. Your awareness and encouragement does go a long way, and it'll help create a lasting impact with this initiative. We currently have a survey going around right now for anyone who is not comfortable with a face-to-face interview. We do encourage, or we do let people know that we are willing to come to you to hear your story, but we do have the survey option on our website, which is cbheartandsoul.gov. No, .org, sorry, .org. So the survey's up there, and it's just a few questions, just ask you what you love about the town, any hopes for the future, and things like that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. With that, we're going to close the public comment, and I'm going to take a 5-minute recess here because we've been sitting up here for 2.5 hours. 5-minute recess, guys. All right. We are reconvening the town council meeting. It's 8:40 PM. And starting back up where we left off, we are at Resolution 1625, the lease agreement for the dock pier construction on town property. Mr. Duggan?
All right. First of all, to address the resolution, I didn't notice this earlier, but it really should be approves lease agreement, paren, pier dock, and paren, because that's the title of the lease you're approving. But let me tell you what at the last council meeting, you asked me to make changes to it and bring it back to council, so I'll just go over those. The rent's been changed to $1,750 a year, or $1,750 for 5 years, or $350 a year. The shoreline maintenance incentive, that it can be voluntary or it can be required. There's no required inspection, but if the town comes across a situation where there is a requirement where there is a need for the person to improve it, either way, voluntarily or mandatory, they get the $1,750 savings. To answer Mr. Wright's comment earlier, this determination is made prior to signing the lease. So you sign the lease, if there's no Exhibit A requiring you to take steps for shoreline maintenance, you aren't going to be required to do that unless you volunteer to do it. So he would not have to come up with the money to replace the pier. It's not like buying a house and paying for the HVAC.
I'm not sure he understands that.
Yeah. I told him afterward, but.
Oh, okay.
And then there was a question about procedure for assignments, and now there's a procedure where you go through, you can assign the lease, but it takes effect when the new person signs on completely. Until then, the previous person is on the hook. And so they would have to sign a new agreement with the town.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. So that's all I have. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, we've reviewed this. We've made some changes. Come back with those changes a couple times now. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there a further discussion on this? All right, I'll do a roll call vote. Wood?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Okay, Grandstaff?
Aye.
Sanford? Aye. Allison?
Aye.
And aye. Is there a possibility we can get the lease applications in a fillable PDF online or some fillable form to make this easier for residents to apply for it?
We can have Phil look into options for that.
That would be great. Thank you. All right. Next up is Resolution 2125, the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission bylaws. Ms. Adams? If that mic works, you can speak from right there.
There we go, thanks.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, that
that's
works.
just fine.
Okay. The summary is the memo outlines proposed changes to the bylaws of the Colonial Beach Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. These updates aim to improve operational clarity, enhance community representation, and align the commission's structure with current town goals. We have the advantage of the town attorney being able to review those after the council to make some additional recommendations to keep us within ordinances. And really, there are a few specific things, well, actually one specific thing, that they really want to be able to move to quarterly meetings rather than monthly meetings. And the other is to have a little more clarity in the bylaws, because the original bylaws, I think, were 8 pages long, and these are significantly shorter. We also had the town clerk provide a lot of examples of other Parks and Rec departments' bylaws to go by, and The Parks and Rec Advisory Commission reviewed those before making their changes and truncated them. And I can go over the rest of that. Parks and Rec Advisory Commission was established to provide guidance and community input on recreational programming, park development, and event planning. Over time, the commission's role has evolved, and several inconsistencies and outdated provisions in the bylaws have been identified. A review was conducted to modernize the document and ensure it reflects the current needs of the town and its residents. The existing bylaws lack clarity in areas such as membership terms, officer roles, quorum requirements, and meeting procedures. These ambiguities have occasionally hindered the Commission's ability to function efficiently and transparently. The proposed revisions address these concerns and introduce best practices for advisory bodies. The fiscal impact, there really is no fiscal impact to this, but it would increase efficiency and probably improve community engagement, and also especially the engagement of the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission, helping them understand their roles a little more clearly.
Okay.
The recommendation is that the Town Council approve the proposed changes to the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission bylaws to enhance governance, transparency, and community involvement.
And the commission passed them, these changes unanimously?
Unanimously,
or-
yeah.
If I could speak to it a bit. I did make some changes Friday afternoon when I saw them, just to, as Sally said, to make them legal. One of those was to add the remote participation language. And in a rush, you'll see town council in there. It really should recommission in there. And I clarified the bylaws somewhat as to the council appoints and removes everybody. I deleted language about the committee making recommendations as to members and made it consistent with the town ordinance. But otherwise, I mean, that's all I did.
Okay. Do we want to entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Oh, second. I'll take Maggie's second. All right. Is there any further discussion? I think if they've reviewed them and legal's good. Yes, Ms. Williams?
There's a ton of stuff in here. I'm just, I'm not sure I'm not,
Behind that is the finished product.
yeah. Yeah, I see, the purple.
No, keep going. That's all the edits, but if you want to see the final,
Oh.
it's behind it.
Main thing, I wanted to just look at some of the changes, make sure I'm not missing anything. Like, for example, why are we taking out line F on the second page? A majority of the total members of the committee shall constitute a quorum. Why would we take out something like that?
I think the goal was, that's not what I took out, but I think that's understood by just Robert's Rules of Order and the Virginia Code generally, that a majority constitutes quorum.
I think it's still in C, right above it. See where it's just sort of a duplication.
Right.
Oh, so
Because
there was
it's
a
already in
duplication.
there, so they
Yeah.
just didn't want it to be in there twice.
It was superfluous, which is a lot of what's in here was removed because it was superfluous.
Oh, okay. Looks like some sections were completely removed, like whole pages.
They weren't-
Voting, majority of the total members of the Parks and Rec Committee shall constitute a quorum. Questions submitted to commission shall be decided, vote action. Is there any specific reason why some of the procedure stuff was completely taken out and the voting stuff? Or is that duplicated somewhere else?
Some of it is duplicated, but some of it is more because this is not how the commission operates. It operates on a much simpler level. And so we rarely have visitors, and they make recommendations. And the recommendations have to do with recreation, They have to do with keeping the parks clean and signage for the parks, recommendations for signage, and also, generally, they're for things that are less, I will tell you, a lot of the language came out of the Planning Commission document, and it's not applicable for the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission.
Oh, that's interesting. What about conflict of interest? Why would we take that out?
I am not sure. I was hoping Nisha, the chair of the committee, would be here this evening because that's one I can't answer.
Which section is that in?
Let's see, there's no numbers on these sections, so it's C, yeah, 8. Unless it's duplicated somewhere else, it seems like an odd thing to take out. Conflict of interest is stricken, and also it says, as officers of the Town of Colonial Beach Commission, members shall be directed by Conflict of Interest Act. So are they not? They don't fall under the Conflict of Interest
No,
Act?
they fall under it.
Why is it crossed out then?
I don't think you have to put everything into the bylaws. I mean, some of it's state law, so it applies regardless.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, could I request that be kept in there? Because to me, that seems
Sure.
pretty important. Is there any objections to that?
Obviously, if somebody didn't comply with that, we could also remove them. We do have the power to do that.
You do.
Well, that part was changed to, okay, no, that was changed. It was prior that they would recommend. So we did basically followed what we did with the Planning Commission
Right.
on the recommendations, no longer being,
Right.
going through the,
And the rationale behind that is this is a group created by council, and council can appoint and remove. And Planning Commission, years ago, it was put in that they made the recommendation to council, and it caused some problems over the years and confusion. And it takes away flexibility from council. It may delay you, especially if they meet once a quarter. You have to get them to make a recommendation. So I thought it's simpler to make it clear everything comes from you. You can certainly informally or formally seek their recommendation.
okay.
I think to the point about the Conflicts of Interest Act, I think they just were trying to, it looks to me like they were trying to remove, just simplifying them, like Sally said. And so they struck that whole section, but they added under transaction of business that they should follow the Roberts Rules of Order, and that the commission has to act otherwise within the commission's authority under the Town Code of Ordinances inconsistent with the Virginia Code. So the Conflicts of Interest Act would fall under the Virginia Code. Or we can keep it explicitly in there, but it does not absolve them from the Conflicts of Interest Act.
I mean, I would just feel more comfortable with left in personally.
So is that the final objection to the language there? Because I would certainly make a motion that we include the language that you wanted.
Okay.
And assuming that gets everything. So I would like to move that we approve it with the language.
All right, let's take this one thing at a time. We're just gonna quickly vote on leaving in the amendment, amending the language to the Conflicts of Interest
Oh,
Act.
okay.
Sound good?
Yeah.
And that will amend your
Yeah,
motion.
exactly.
Sound good?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so all in favor of keeping in the conflict of interest paragraph under the special rules?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. All right, so no, that has added to the language, and we'll go back to the original motion, which is the document as just amended.
Right. And that was second already. Right.
I do have another question.
I second it.
I remember this this is before I was actually on council or involved in town politics. I remember there was some controversy of, the Parks and Rec and the bylaws and stuff and their authority, what they could and couldn't do, whether they were to, basically oversee activities and stuff, or were they supposed to be more involved in, parks, like creating changes to parks and stuff and things like that. So what my question is to the town attorney, is there anything in here that changes their authority? Does it give them more authority over, property in town, like what we can do with our parks? Anything like that? Or is it basically the same powers, just a lot of language that's been scratched because it was duplicative or doesn't really fall under their authority anymore?
There's nothing that really changes their authority. That's set out. We have a specific ordinance in dealing with the advisory board, the Parks and Rec. They created it. The only thing that I saw, the objective goes maybe a little farther. It just adds some wording to it, but it really doesn't change the objective to advise and recommend development of programming, funds, and policies for use of parks, playgrounds, recreation facilities, and funding and programming to serve the recreational needs and enrichment of the citizens of Colonial Beach and surrounding area. I didn't feel like it was necessary to change that. I thought that was close enough to what the purpose was set out in our ordinance.
Which part were you just reading?
Objective 2.
It's the first page of the document, and it was not changed in these, from either set. It is
Right.
the same exact language in both sets.
Right.
Okay, so that was kept the same as prior.
And I want to put too fine a point on this, but this is an advisory commission, right? It says objective to advise and recommend.
They don't really
They help
do
Sally,
anything.
but they really don't have any authority other than providing advice,
Right.
right? So I guess I'm not in the mood to over-engineer this because they really don't have much authority beyond providing input to the director. Is how I
I'm
would-
not sure I
am I
understand your
understanding
point,
that
but, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's advisory
Yeah.
commission.
Right,
So,
right. Okay.
Which is how they operate. It's been a sounding board, and, so and they have a lot of really good ideas, and so.
I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of the bylaws as already amended?
Aye.
I say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next up is our BZA. This has you, Pal, on it. Is it you or Darla or?
I can do it.
It's you?
Unless
Okay.
I can chime in if she. Okay. But to give a little background, in Virginia, the BZA is a quasi-judicial body. Its two main roles are to hear appeals from administrative zoning determination and to consider variances to the zoning ordinance where hardship and other factors exist. So those are the two main things that it does. What the council does is recommend members to the circuit court, and the judge is the one who actually appoints the council's recommendations. So I'll be filing a petition and an order with the court for the appointments, whatever you all decide. The goal, from last year, we had a whole bunch of people going off at 1 year. We have 3 going off on August 7th. So we started staggering the appointments. So if you reappoint the ones who are on there whose terms are expiring, we have staggered those terms so that every year there'll be a new appointment coming up for a 5-year term, which I think
Oh, once a year, every year.
yeah,
Okay.
we'll have an option to appoint somebody new.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. I'm gonna take Larson on that one. Make sure everybody gets equal seconds. All right. Is there any discussion on this?
The only question I have is, are these
these individuals requesting to continue to be on the board?
Darla?
Yes, we spoke with, I spoke with them, and they have all agreed for the terms that they are here for.
Yes, Mr. Williams?
I may have missed it, but did we get like resumes or any background information on these folks? I mean, I personally know them or know of them, but I'm not sure if new members do. But just curious, did we get any? I might have missed it.
I'll defer to
They're all
Carl.
they're all sitting members of the Board of Zoning Appeals now.
Right.
And I know that Mr. Robertson or Roberson, I'm not sure how y'all. Robertson and Ms. McCabe are longtime members of the Board of Zoning Appeals, and Mr. Zirkle's been on there for a number of terms as well, I believe. I don't have their resumes with me. I haven't sent them out to anyone. I guess because they've been good standing members of the Board of Zoning Appeals for all this time and have agreed to continue to serve.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Next is Water and Sewer Fund Meter Communication System. Amendment appropriation for water meters.
Water meter communication system.
Communication systems, not actual meters, but,
Not at this time.
okay.
So this request in front of you is requesting $90,000 to upgrade the water meter communication system. This is phase one of what needs to be done to take advantage of the warranty on our existing meters.
Is your mic on?
Yes?
Okay, thank you.
Background is, this was a project that started back in 2017 when we did, through a grant/loan, I believe, we installed meters throughout town with a water meter system. There was some miscommunication on that. The prop study wasn't as in-depth as it should have been. It caused some failures and issues with our existing meters. So we're looking to get that repaired. The issue is to ensure the accurate use of monitoring will be for our water usage. It'll help us detect leaks, operation of the meters, oversight of the Commonwealth of Virginia for future best practices. And this is some of the stuff I'm improving that's not in here. We have a couple of different options. We can either look at doing a complete rehab, starting from scratch, which would very well exceed $1 million for all new meters and a communication system. Do nothing, we're losing out on revenue on commercial businesses because the meters are dying and unreadable, and they cost anywhere from $400 to $800 or more a piece to replace each time. Option 3, which is the recommended option, is to proceed with the upgrade to make the current system functional, utilizing the existing infrastructure, use of existing warranties provided by Mueller to read the town meters remotely. It's the best path forward and the most timely. Asking for $90,000 to install one new collector on the water tower out at Public Works, install 7 new AC powered repeaters, and relocation or replace 7 DC powered repeaters at areas where we have no AC power to draw from. Waterworks Mineralogy and Mueller will also replace any defective meter nodes at no cost under the existing warranty, which will allow the meters to be brought back into an active status. We strongly recommend approving the Waterworks Mineralogy LLC proposal. Public Works is prepared to begin implementation immediately. Significant investment has already been made into the system, and upgrading will protect that investment while ensuring we meet the future water management needs. Replacing the entire system or abandoning remote reading altogether is not fiscally or operationally advisable. We respectfully request the approval to proceed. questions anyone has.
The funding?
$90,000 would come from the ARPA funds.
Which we're gonna find a new name for.
That's the new name for it.
The new name?
We're gonna find a new name for it.
We're gonna find a new name for it. Okay, I have some questions. One is, do the upgrades come with any kind of maintenance agreement, or is there anything that needs to be serviced on these or continue to be?
All the new infrastructure pieces will have a new 10-year warranty on the individual pieces, so that will all be re-warrantied for those. I think it's a total of 10 new pieces. The rest will be what we have existing, and that still works, but they'll be warrantied. Anything that they warranty probably won't have a full 10-year warranty on it again. It'll be in the reduction capacity, and it starts phasing out for every year beyond the warranty.
Okay, does this require any training of our staff? Are they going to be training?
There will be some new training involved in this once the system is back operational. All of the staff at Public Works that was familiar with this is gone, so there will be training as we start this process with them.
And are there any residual technology costs or annual costs associated with?
Those annual costs we are already paying for the existing system that's not functioning.
Yes, Ms. Larson.
So I don't know all the history here, other than noise online from before I was on the council, but has this system ever really worked before?
For about the first 2.5 years, it worked correctly. As we continued to grow, we started overtaxing the existing collection system, and it's had a cascading failure effect since then. I believe, if I remember correctly, it says we're at a 32%, 35% read rate. I don't believe that. I've watched Adam pull this up, and I'm almost positive we're at a closer to 95 to 100% read loss.
Right, and what's your confidence that these $90,000, these 7 repeaters and the thing on the tower is going to put us back to 100% readability? I'm worried about...
I'm fairly confident in that ability, but unfortunately, I can't tell you 100% that this is going to fix all of the problems, but this is the first step in rehabilitating the system. Without doing this, the existing infrastructure and the meters in the ground are no better than a jumper.
Right, I mean, I want to vote for this. I was working with you on the CIP
Yep,
workshop.
I remember.
I'm there, but I just don't want to throw good money after bad. So that's why I'm asking the question.
The company has been really, really good to work with. When Mueller stopped utilizing Ferguson and went to, and I can't remember what it was before meteorology, this company is very responsive, and Mueller and them are very committed to make sure our system functions.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, I've kind of been following this for quite a while myself. I guess one thing I need to know is, so you're saying maybe more like 95% of the batteries are dead, the units will need to be, or is that, you're saying 95 just aren't working, but...
We're at a 95% read loss. That
Okay.
doesn't necessarily mean the meter itself is dead. We do
Right.
have some meters out there that are still have battery life.
Mhm.
But part of this system will help us determine which ones are completely dead, which ones need to be replaced under that warranty. If we don't utilize that warranty by the time it runs out, there will start being slight cost increases for the town to get this work done.
Mhm. Okay. And so the company's going to replace all of those
Yes,
malfunctioning
they're under a
units?
full 10-year warranty from the date of installation.
Okay. When does that run out?
In 2027, they will
Okay.
supply us the material to make the meters function.
Mhm.
Our staff will have to make the conversion.
Okay, and so I guess one of the questions I have is, as they make the determination, as they're going around checking all these and ones don't work and do work, say the 35% estimate was correct, does that mean in a couple of years we're going to be replacing 35%. Because if you're saying
That
400 to
is-
800 per unit, that's still a significant amount of money we need to plan for, correct?
That's for a complete meter. I don't know what just the node costs. At this point, I haven't gone down that pricing with them because the goal is to get it all completed under the warranty status.
Mhm.
They should be able to ping those meters and tell us if that node needs to be replaced or not, because they're supposed to have a 10-year lifespan or longer.
Okay. I think that was about all I had.
Mr. Wood?
So the 90,000 is a worst-case scenario, right?
No, this initial upgrade is gonna cost $90,000.
Okay, period.
Yes.
Okay.
We're basically buying the network
No, I got you.
to function, to make sure the meters function. If they don't function, the company's gonna replace them for free under the warranty. And then if they do function, they'll just work. So,
But right now, we can't
We don't have
prove
the
that they
network.
don't function.
Right, 'cause we don't have
So
the
we
network.
can't use the last 2 years of the warranty that's available to us.
correct.
Unless we do this, correct.
Okay.
And we definitely have confirmation from them, they're going to honor the warranty.
Yes.
Something in writing, okay.
You want them to come present? Should we ask them to come?
Time is of the essence of getting this done. The price of this $90,000 is running out. I asked for a 30-day extension. They didn't want to honor that because with
Price setter, yeah.
pricing, it's kind of hard to hold them to that. I could ask Adam to come present.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to hold this up for it. I
Okay.
just meant,
I
and
can,
they're in town.
I
we
can
could-
ask Adam if that would be something that's doable.
What cost savings and time management will you save and being able to use this?
I will no longer have to commit 2 employees for a week worth of meter readings. We can stop water loss, so we can locate water leaks, because we can compare to what we're drawing out of the ground to what we're sending through the meters, which will help us determine if we have any water main breaks, so we know we have to start looking for that. If homeowners have water leaks in their house or on their side of the meter, it'll send alerts, so we can notify the homeowners that they have a water leak that they have to fix on their side of the meter. So we'll have water loss stop that way. So all in all, it'll save money on manpower and water loss, as well as collection of the commercial accounts that right now are not being charged anything but a flat rate, because I can't tell you that they use 400,000 gallons.
Yes, Mr. Williams?
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask them about the commercial. So you're saying we can't even manually go out and read those, or we don't have the capability to do that?
If the meter's still functioning, we can go out and read them, but most of them aren't functioning.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So it's not just the commercial meters, it's all meters.
Right.
So we're somewhere between 90-95% read loss, but that's also means that a portion of all of those, or a few of those meters, are not functioning at all, and most of those are the commercial accounts.
So we're losing, I don't know how much money, but we're
losing
s-
revenue, yes,
a
sir.
decent amount of revenue every month, so. Per quarter,
Would-
okay,
Would you like to make the motion, Mr. Williams?
sure. I'll make the motion. It's rare, but I'll do it.
Even more rare, I'll second it.
I got a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Here's the second.
Okay. All right, is there any further discussion?
Has the issue with, like condos and having 1 meter, at multiple places, has that been addressed?
To which aspect?
So like businesses or townhouses, where they have multiple occupants, and there's only 1 meter box, but there's multiple people billing wise. I know that was a problem.
Which ones are you referring to? The new ones or the old ones?
Old ones.
The HOA pays that. I'm not entirely sure how that's billed, but it's billed per individual unit as well as usage, I believe.
Okay, is there any further discussion? All right, I feel like I can do all in favor say aye.
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 next up, I get to read all this lovely language. All right, we're going to make a motion to go into closed meeting. I move that the Town Council of the Town of Colonial Beach, Virginia convene in closed meeting for the following purposes and to discuss the following subjects, all of which are exempt by Virginia law from public meeting requirements as indicated, namely pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A7 for consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation, where such consultation or briefings in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the Town Council, pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A8 for consultation with the legal counsel retained by the Town Council regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, and pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3 for discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the Town Council. Second? Second. All in favor? Aye. All right, go in the back. hold on, hold on, hold on.
I am certified.
Hold on.
I'm certified, but tonight I'm so sick.
I was going to do that. Yeah, is that good? Okay, yeah, please let the record show that the mayor recused herself from the second portion of the closed meeting tonight and was not in attendance for that portion. We all are here present now to reconvene an open meeting. So is there a motion to reconvene?
So moved.
Is there, okay, all in favor? Is there a motion to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by council? I need a motion. I need a second. And then I need individual certifications.
I so certify.
I so certify.
Rick?
I so certify.
I so certify, and the meeting is adjourned at 10:17 PM. Congratulations.